I lost one. Oh well. Oh, crap in a handbag. I'm gonna find out in a second. Ooh-wee. Ooh, let's move that up there. There you
go. Don't touch me there.
A while. Crystal Kid in.
My no square.
Welcome to the stream. Crystal Kid in. Said. Hello.
Oh, what's up, kitten?
Don't touch me there. My no square.
A while.
Oh, yo, what's up, Hemi? Oi, Char! Just a heads up, that loser retard that keeps coming back trying to troll me, he's cloning my account. So if you're on a stream and you see my name pop up, go to the profile before you engage with it. Because it might not be me. I have a very specific, very specific YouTube thing. It's just Chaos for You 728. There's no letters after it. There's no numbers after it. It's just Chaos for You 728. So turn on, you motherfucker. There you go. So again, if you see me, if you see my name pop up in a chat, make sure it's me before you engage with it. Even if I come in saying the same shit, just go to the profile just to be safe. Now, if I'm already admined, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If I come into a thing and I'm not admin, question things. Anyways, what is up, everybody? It's Chaos3728, and it's my birthday.
What is the significance of the 728?
728. That's my birthday. I was born July 28th of 1982 in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Said. I see.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. I had to turn off the music to avoid copyrights. The fuck that lighter go? Did my ciggy pack. I wonder if this will get me if this will get me flagged. April never fought in the Ninja Turtles that I watched growing up. So I remember Baxter Stockman was a nerdy white ginger dude. And they changed that up in the early 90s.
Said. What
Oh, I know. Oh, this is before the this was before the whole race swap push and shit, which if you haven't watched it, I suggest you watch it. Hammerhand posted a video the other day. Well, yesterday, I guess. And it fills in a lot of gaps that I've yet to cover.
Said. Yeah, Hemi White again.
But it's a 2.5 hour video. Actually, you know what? I think this is what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna play this video that Hammerhand dropped yesterday. The tubes deleted my comments. Sort by newest first. Oh damn. Yeah. They I think the screw tube deleted my comment here. Yep, they did. Screw tube deleted my comment. I guess I said too much. That's great. Okay, so the video I'm playing in the background is titled, it's a 1967 speech by Myron C. Fagan about the Illuminati, Zionism, Masonry, Skull and Bones, the United Nations, and the CO. Whatever that is. You didn't get the whole title in there, but you can only have 100. You can only have 100 characters in your title, which it is what it is. Anyways, I got one more character to play.
Select your hero.
Oh, wait. No, we're starting a new game. But we're keeping the power levels. And we tried gnarly. It didn't work. It did not work at all. So, Karai is the last person I need to play as and beat the game. So after I beat this time around, which I'm gonna beat it in like 2 hours, if that. There's a new mode that came with the DLC, Dimensional Rift. It's a survival thing, and I'm gonna check that. I don't know why I keep looking at this like y'all are there. Y'all are there. But it's a survival thing. I'll go through, complete the part, opens up 2 portals. I go through a portal and so forth and so on. Give this a minute. Cheers, bitches. Let's get this party started.
The question of how and why.
So this is very, this might make people feel uncomfortable. Your feelings don't matter to me at this point with this stuff, because this, what we're listening to now is, it's very important that everybody knows and the word gets out before this shit goes, so we can prepare ourselves for the communist takeover. Oh, yo, what's up, Father Saunders?
Of all of our mass communications media,
A while.
especially television,
Father Saunders.
the radio, the press,
Enters the chat.
and Hollywood.
Welcome to the stream.
We all
A
know
while.
that our State Department,
VJ Max
the
Gamer.
When you were playing the video
Enter the
last
chat.
night, I was starting to
Welcome
fall
to the stream.
asleep.
they have the right
A wild.
and the power to
Sir
manage
Yeetus.
the news.
Yo, what's up, VJ Max? What's up, Sir Yeetus?
Father Saunders.
Who
Said.
sees that power?
Whoa!
They're
TMNT
masters
fuck
of the
yet.
great
Huh.
conspiracy.
A wild.
Das Bimmen,
Enter the
Guten
chat. Welcome to
Tagen.
the stream.
Phony
VJ Max Gamer.
to transform the
Oh, goddamn.
unit
Sir
of the
Yeetus.
United Nations one
Said.
world government.
Yeet.
First
Father
of all,
Saunders.
bear in mind that the
Said.
so-called UN police
Parade
action
rest
in Korea,
Yeetus.
fought by
The
the
spirit.
United
Oh,
States,
jeez.
Said.
in which
Das
150,000
Chaos
of
Ave
our
chat.
sons were murdered and
Char
maimed,
Aznable.
was part of the
Said.
plot. Just as the undeclared by
Char
Congress
Aznable.
war
There's a
in
quiet kid in
Vietnam,
the corner in
which
here.
Brother
our sons
Spearman.
are dying, is part of the plot. Just as the plot against Rhodesia and
So,
South Africa.
while we're listening to this video that's playing, I want to advise y'all, I've covered some of the stuff in this video that's playing in the background.
mothers of the boys who died
This guy's
in
filling in
our
gaps
name
that I have yet to fill in.
is that our so-called leaders
So,
in Washington, whom we
whew.
elected to safeguard our nation and our
Spearman
Constitution, are
said,
the betrayers,
Papa
and that
Saunders.
behind them are a
How his
comparatively
wife
small
took
group of men
everything from him.
I literally had a
Oh,
45-year-old
goddamn.
Indian dude vent to me for an hour today about how his wife took everything from him and talk about it later.
Now, in order to give you a very clear picture of this satanic plot, I will go back to its beginning, clear back in the middle of the 18th century, and name the men who put
The
that
spearman
plot into action,
said,
and then
they are
bring you
cutthroat
down
over
to the
in
present.
India.
Oh, dude, gynocentrism is rampant over there in India.
Now, as a matter of further intelligence, a term used by the FBI, let me clarify the meaning.
All you gotta do is ask
a liberal,
unwanted contriver.
meaning the one word
He'll tell you, because he lives there.
that word
Father
liberal
Saunders
as a cover-up
said,
for their activities.
it is the most populated country, so not surprising.
It is also one of the leading contributors to global pollution.
Calls himself a liberal, or is described as a liberal, is not in truth.
Like most of the plastic and garbage they find in the sea, it's from India.
Spearman,
This satanic was
they can
launched
kidnap
back
a dude
in the
and force you to
also
marry
one
a
of
chick
the
that's
leading
all legal
countries
too.
first came
of,
into existence
yeah.
in the name of the Illuminati.
Yeah, they can.
This Illuminati
They have, that's,
by one
they're in, where they practice certain religions that I'm technically not allowed to talk about. They still practice arranged marriages.
at the behest of the then
Sir,
newly
yes.
organized House of Rothschild.
The 19th Amendment is a prank that went too far.
It is. It needs to be abolished.
Cal Outlaw
That operation.
entered the chat,
Abolish the 19th to save the West.
said,
Has been promoted by the Illuminati,
Father Saunders
operating under various
said,
names
You know,
and guises.
yeah dude, I've seen vids of
I
actual
say under
fucking
various
rivers of
names
plastic.
There's a
dying
squirrel in
the
here.
Because
river's
after
crazy.
the Illuminati
What's
was
up, Outlaw?
Get in.
became too
What's
notorious,
up, man?
Weiss
Hi,
and
Outlaw.
his co-conspirator
Hey, kid.
I'm playing Hammerhand's video from yesterday that he posted
immediately after World War
Said,
I.
while I'm getting down on some TMNT.
Council on Foreign Relations.
Well, that's a start. The 19th takes away
Max Gamer
the communist ability to vote.
The Illuminati in
I appreciate
the
that, sir.
and
said,
its hierarchy.
I'm still hyped for the last Ronin video game.
The,
To a very great extent,
what video
are
was
the
it?
descendants of the original
This is a
Illuminati
1967 video
Said,
talking about the Illuminati, Freemasons, and
to American sounding.
Oh, yeah,
destroying my life, leaving
For
me
example,
homeless and almost dying
true name
multiple
of the
times,
villain.
and nothing
Yeah,
is
some of the
done
stuff
about
that
it
they were
because it's outrage.
talking about in it, I've never heard about before.
Is
Yep.
Lepowski.
I've heard about them. I've heard about some of it.
There is a
Like I said, this guy's filling in gaps that I haven't filled in yet,
operating under the name of the British Institute
which is one of the reasons why I chose to play this video.
Secret Illuminati organizations in France.
Because some people don't believe the Illuminati exists anymore. I wholeheartedly believe they exist.
And
Said,
all these
to this
organizations,
day.
including the CFR,
Yeah, the deep state's a real
continuously
thing.
set up numerous subsidiary or front organizations that are infiltrating
Talks about how the Rothschilds pretty much funded all the wars. All of the wars. World War I, World War II, all of the fucking revolutions, everything. They funded Marx and Engels. They funded Hitler.
and are controlled by the
Yeah, I seen that article yesterday too that
Father
he posted.
Saunders.
Hitler was funded by the
I'm in
Rothschilds.
agreement with regard to the 19th, however, I have a caveat. Women back then were actually feminine
I had
and
heard that
damn good
before,
women,
but
and
I
we were
hadn't
in a high
looked
trust
into it.
society, neither exists today.
I have looked into it and covered it in bits and pieces. This guy covers a lot more detail.
Number 123 entitled CFR completely unmasked as
The
Illuminati.
CFR.
Both are published
Said,
by the Cinema
The
Education.
Indian dude was labeled an abuser to his wife, kids in court, and he wasn't given a fair chance to defend himself.
You can get them for 50 cents per copy by writing to that address.
That's something else that needs to change. All these fucking corrupt laws that claim women are the better, more fit parent.
CFR. Now I'll go back to the activities of the original Illuminati conspirators. As revealed in News Bulletin number 122, one branch of the Rothschild
Well, Saunders,
family
common
had
sense.
financed
Not just
Napoleon.
everybody should be able to
Another
vote,
branch of the
period.
Rothschild
No, not everybody. Only people that contribute to society or serve a purpose, like serve in the military, serve the police force, firefighters, EMTs, people that contribute to society. Actually contribute.
The law is there because the government knows they are actually not the more fit parent.
So the Rothschilds
Of course, they had to use the state and government in order to make it so. They claim to be strong and independent, but yet they use the state and government to enforce rules and policies that screw people over.
on the theory that all the
Make it make
What
sense.
you do
European
is
governments
when you give everybody
so
the
deeply
privilege
in
to
debt
vote,
to
you
them
dilute it.
that
Oh, yeah.
they
It-
willingly
Take
or
power
unwillingly
away and
serve as their
you make a parody of what it's supposed to
the
be.
Tsar of Russia caught the stench of the plot and completely torpedoed it. The enraged
Title
Nathan
4D for all
Rothschild
your answers. Yeah, I tried to get my buddy on that.
vowed that someday
Just look at Title
he or his
IVD for all your
descendants
answers to
would
family
Cyclone
court. Courts
B.
judges get a kickback for every
and
dollar of
his
child
descendants
support
did
paid to the
accomplish
state.
that very threat.
Charlie
Pay
People
taxes, sign up for the
said,
draft. Exactly.
Rothschilds invested in the
point,
production of
bear in
Cyclone B
mind
by I.G.
that the
Farben.
Illuminati was not
Sir,
And you have to be the
operate
actual
on a
citizen of that
short-range
country to
Unless you
vote.
own
well,
land
that
and
too.
taxes, sign up
So-
for the draft should be a minimum
enters
to
into a
vote.
conspiracy with
The
the
spearman
expectation of achieving
said,
his objective.
I don't know,
during his
man,
own
I don't
lifetime.
want cops
But
voting.
that
It's
was
def
not the
debatable.
case with the Illuminati.
See, here's the thing with that. Police are just there to enforce the rules and laws that the politicians and lawyers create. That is their job. That's why they're law
The
enforcement.
Illuminati operates on the very long range basis.
Now,
Whether
where do they get
it
their
takes
power
years
from? They get it from the state.
or even centuries.
And who gets their power? And the state gets their power from the government. When you have corrupt people in that government, it trickles down, and you get corrupt people in the police force. So
Adam Weishaupt was a
don't be mad at cops. Be mad at the lawyers and the politicians that make these fucked up laws. The feminist lawyers, the feminist politicians that make up these laws.
And the fact that they enforce
was in
draconian
70
laws
See,
by
when
their
you-
own
when you
choice
only
shows that
have
not
people
only
that
should they
vote
not vote,
that
they should be
then
tried for
has
treason.
Skin in the game, what we all say. They understand the important responsibility,
which from the outset
you know,
was
how
designed
sideways
to
it
give
can
the
go if
synagogue
you
of
don't
Satan,
vote
so
responsibly.
named
So
by Jesus Christ,
they
ultimate
understand
world domination,
Said,
so they could
it's
impose
not
it
fair to
means.
influence many lives in
ideology
society
upon what
just
would
for
remain
have
existing
skin in the
okay
game
in
from
race.
explaining that
after
right.
Father Saunders
social capitalism
said,
by use of
I'm
satanic
assuming we
You know,
as crowd
when you
law
just
are aware
allow
of free
anybody
vote
to
and
vote
just how
that
powerful and who are
May
members
first,
and other
I
rabid
would
laws.
say most
76.
people out here don't understand what they're
Now
voting
you know
for
why
half the
May
time.
1 is the great day
Nope.
with all communist nations to this
Like when
very day.
Trudeau came into
That
office,
was the
prime
day,
minister again
May
for the
1,
second time.
1776,
The
that
votes that the
Weishaupt completed
NDP were
his
getting
plan
were
and
counting
officially
towards his
organized
votes.
the Illuminati to put the plan into execution.
Only because he bought out
That
the
plan
NDP and signed a
required the
contract with them.
destruction of all existing governments and religions. That objective was to be reached by dividing the mass
And he also had immigrants come in from India and stuff voting for him that were not legal citizens.
Yep, they need the immigrants to counteract the people that do vote.
And get free stuff.
Increasing numbers on political, social,
Well, you gotta remember,
issues. The very conditions we have in our country today. The opposing
I
sides
don't know what
were
they're voting.
meant
No,
to
they
be
don't.
armed
They're
and
listening to the
incidents provided,
news and
which
other
would
people
force them to fight and weaken themselves.
instead of doing the research
Gradually
themselves.
destroy
And who's easier to manipulate emotionally and mentally? Women, children.
I say, the very conditions in the world today. And at this point, let me
Yeah, this
stress
bitch is
a common
fast.
feature of the Illuminati plans. when and if their blueprint for world control,
Yeah,
The
and
only
that's
time-
how they.
the protocols of the elders of Zion, is discovered and exposed, they
The
will
only time
wipe
I
all
vote
the
is
Jews
on
off the
is
face of
when
the
somebody
earth in
asks
order
what
to
restaurant to go
divert
eat at.
Christians from themselves. If you think this is far-fetched,
Yeah, I
bear
mean, when
in
you
mind
have
that they
when you
permitted
have people
Hitler,
that
a
vote
liberal
on issues
socialist
that
himself,
Said.
they
Yeah.
have
Remember,
no
gentlemen, Western women
responsibility
don't
to
need to put their
whatsoever.
lives on the line. That's why they vote
You
for
know.
dumb reasons.
incinerate 600,000
Yep, self-interest
They're gonna
instead
vote
of
certain ways.
for,
Now, just why
you know, the
did
greater of
conspirators
society.
choose the word
Because why should they have to vote for the
Illuminati
greater of
in their
society if,
organization?
you know, they don't need a
Himself
man to
said
take care of
the
them?
word is derived from
Entered the
Lucifer,
chat.
Hey, what's up, Gen X Gaming? How you doing, bud?
rulers of the light,
Hope all is well.
using
Said.
the lie that his
Hello,
objective
sir.
You know, when you're
Father Saunders.
asked to participate and vote
What's up, Gen X?
on things that you know you have no responsibility of the outcome of, or
In
you
short,
know
using the
you don't
word
know
peace
anything
on
about,
earth as his
you'll
bait,
always vote a certain way.
exactly as that same bait
Emotional.
was used by the 1945
They know that.
conspirators to foist the United Nations on us. Weishaupt,
Which sex happens to vote
financed, I
emotional?
repeat, by the Rothschilds, recruited some 2,000 paid followers.
Sometimes men do too.
These
Oh.
included the most intelligent men in the field
Not
of
as
arts
often as
and
women.
letters, education,
Oh. And this guy actually, in this video, it actually covers the, how racism was created in America, especially,
to be their secret
and how it was employed by the Illuminati
Sir Hedis.
to sow discourse between the people.
Women's influence on the government will increase for the next
The
30
main
years.
feature
Oh, yeah.
of the Weishaupt plan of operation required is
We're
Illuminati
pretty screwed there.
following things to help them to accomplish their purpose.
And of course, when you have illegals voting, which
Use
is
monetary and
completely
sex
against the
bribery
law, and it
to
should be.
obtain control
Yeah.
of men already in high places in
You
the
know,
various levels of all governments.
They have
and
no
other fields
idea
of
anything
endeavor.
about this country's government,
Once
its rules,
influential
its laws.
persons had fallen
Oh,
for
they
the
don't
lies
care
and
about the
deceits
culture
and
here or
temptations of the
nothing.
Illuminati.
They're literally bringing their problems with them when they come here.
By application of political and other forms
You know,
of
miss me with that voter ID
Threats of
being
financial
racist
ruin.
bullshit. No, it's not.
public
Oh,
exposure
well, racism's
to
a, racism's made up anyways.
themselves and loved members of their families.
Yeah,
Gen X
racism
gaming.
is a
Do you
Leon
realize
Trotsky
how many
invention
Hey, Saunders.
anyway.
Oh, it's more than just
federal
that.
governments in Washington are controlled in just that way
Father Saunders.
by the CFR.
Yes, it is an invasion. It certainly is.
Invasion,
Yep.
they are invaders, and yes,
This
chaos
country
lack of
has had
assimilation
terrorist
is a major
attacks
issue.
performed on it, and an
Sir
invasion
Hedis.
even in the White
performed on it in the last
are
few years,
controlled.
and
As long
people
as
are
Democrats
are
promise
just
free
sitting
stuff,
around
women
worried
and
about
girls
what
will
the
vote
next
for them.
flavor of
Illuminati
Mountain Dew's
and
gonna
the
be.
faculties of colleges
We're fucking
and
stupid.
universities were to cultivate students
This
possessing
country has been
exceptional
terrorized
mental
and invaded in
ability,
the last several years.
belonging to well-bred families. with
Remember
international
when
needs,
the COVID-19? Oops,
recommend
sorry,
them for
YouTube.
special training and
Oh,
international
this has been going on since before 1776.
was to be provided by
And,
granting
We're gonna learn
scholarships to those
Jefferson.
selected by the
He was the creator of he was the founder of the Democratic Party.
What a Rhodes Scholarship means.
He's behind some of this shit.
Indoctrination into a
He was the foot in the door to the Freemasonry, to the Freemason lodges for the Illuminati.
Wars and strife. That's how the United Nations were sold to
Charlie's
the American
Nibble.
You gotta keep in mind that
One of
these
the
people
most
have got
Ross is
ties
back
all
on
the way
the
back
we have in
to
our
Sir
country
Hedis.
is Senator William J. Ford.
Cultural war,
since
the
the times
Olympics,
of
sit back, laugh
ancient
at us.
Egypt.
Half-right.
Oh, before that, Babylon, bro.
Entire voting
Said.
record spells
Remember, I
Illuminati.
Well, yeah, you
all
gotta
the
think
wars
the
and have all the
Rothschilds,
injuries,
have you
LOL.
seen pictures of those
First
people?
persuaded and then
The actual
convinced
blood family?
that men of
There's a
special
reason why their
talent and
heads are a
brains
little bit
have
elongated.
the right to rule
They're not
those less
entirely
gifted.
human.
On the ground,
They're inbred.
the masses
Yeah.
don't know what
No,
is
A lot of
they're,
it.
Nephilim.
physically,
They're
mentally,
Nephilim as
and
well.
No, they were all wiped out.
in addition to the Rhodes
Mm-mm.
and similar
Maybe.
scholarships.
There,
Today,
there,
there
there
are
was
Allegedly.
Illuminati schools
There's a reason why you see a lot of
located in
those
Gordonstown in
pharaohs
Scotland,
that had elongated heads.
They would
like
wrap their
many-
heads, and it would
Not
cause
just
their head
that.
to elongate.
These three are
It's
known.
not
Because
just that. Because
early on, the
that-
skull's malleable, and they'd put they would put their head and stuff that would cause their head to be elongated.
Father Saunders.
It's where they got the idea from the Erudites.
Yet Char he took a break for a bit. I do the same, and usually for
Yeah,
a
with
week.
the elongated
Break from the
big
internet
forehead.
for mental health
Became
memo.
Britain's admiral of the fleet after World War II ended.
Sir Yeetus
Number 3.
said,
All
women
who
want to
enter
realize it until it's
trapped
too
in
late.
becoming
Feminism
under
is a
the
terminal
control
form
And back
to
when they were
destroy
doing that
society.
too, they also thought too that if they elongated the head,
were to be used as
that it would
agents
make the gods
and
happy
placed behind the
and
scenes
make the
of all
child smart
governments,
and godlike.
experts, and specialists.
Because they were trying to be like
So
gods.
They would advise the top executives to adopt policies which would, in the long run,
Women, they're starting to realize it. I find it funny. They suddenly kind of know what a woman is when these gender confused men are coming out saying they're women.
elected or appointed to serve.
And it's suddenly, I know what a woman is now. Really? Really? You know what a woman is, sweetheart? Do tell. And don't just rely on your fucking chromosomes.
Hubert Humphrey.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And the fact that you give birth.
California Ford Sunflower
Because that's the other
Butterfly
thing.
entered the chat. Welcome to
It's like we give birth. Oh, yay. What else is a woman?
Butterfly
Was to obtain
said,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
"Control
It's
for
all
that.
play
I'll listen to
pretend
y'all while
in
I
this
get my
culture
knees
until
in the tub."
you actually go
Sir
to
Heaton.
smack one of these
Destroying the
trans
family
men
will
or
eventually
these,
destroy society as a whole.
could be slanted,
and then it's
so
like,
that the masses could be
oh no,
convinced
I'm a woman,
that a
You're hitting a
one-world
woman, bro.
government is the
No,
only
they just
solution
said they're a
to our
trans
many
man.
and varied problems.
If you have a penis and
How do
testicles,
know
you
who
are not a
owns and
woman.
controls our mass communications media?
I don't consider them
I'll
that
tell you,
anyway.
practically
I consider
all
him a monster.
is owned by the layman's
I consider
Because they don't even
somebody
consider
with-
them. They unpersoned themselves.
internationalist bankers.
So they aren't people to me.
California
They're
Ford
things
Sunflower Butterfly
for me to make fun of and laugh at.
with a hoop dude in a dress S.
I consider them someone with a mental illness who's
Oh.
been gaslit by this government and given and throttled in the mainstream to the point to where they've become super delusional to what they have.
The supposed heads of all
I mean,
those
it just
media
further
are
proves the
merely
government
puppets
doesn't care about
of the
anybody.
international
Oh, dude,
bankers.
when
California Ford
the
Sunflower Butterfly.
the Rothschilds literally had 600,000 of their own people killed to push an agenda.
So brazenly proclaimed that
The Rothschilds, bro, they're Jewish.
What he really meant was that
They
the
had
CFR
600,000 of their own
power to
people
lie to and be
executed
believed
by
the
Hitler.
American people.
By Hitler,
Back to the first days of the Illuminati.
who was also a Jew, and they didn't flinch an eye.
A women's speech in the House of Representatives that was blasphemy towards God.
The only time they did anything about Hitler was when he was starting to go into all the other countries to do the same
When he
thing.
started invading Russia is when they started having a fit.
And organized the French
This guy actually covers some of it too.
Said,
He
Hey,
scheduled the French Revolution to start in
California Ford Sunflower
1789.
Butterfly.
Almost like he was on
However,
script for
said
something else.
It was all of this is on script.
True act of God.
This was all planned. It's all planned way, way before any of us were born.
Proved
I said this goes back well before our own revolution.
France
Yeet hey.
if they, the French government, hadn't refused to believe it.
Yeah, I
Here's
heard
how
that.
that
You
act
just
of God happened.
a man and a
It was in
woman.
1874 that
Yeah, if I hear my church start doing that shit, I'm gonna leave.
Newest
a
puppet.
German writer named Zwack
Zelensky?
put it into book form.
No, it's not just
Contains the
Zelensky.
entire Illuminati story
Trudeau's a puppet.
Scout's plans.
Most of our politicians are
A copy of
puppets,
this book was sent to the Illuminists,
and they're all
headed by Robespierre.
Schumer, Pelosi, and those are some pretty Jewish names if you ask me.
The courier was struck and killed.
And how many of them have actually changed their names to sound more American?
From Frankfurt to
Because a lot of them did that. A lot of them did it.
documents on his
Ford,
body.
hello.
Well, now it should start making sense to a lot of people why the Jews have such a problem with being made fun of, or people not accepting them. That should tell you why.
That's all fabricated.
And the homes of his most influential
Their oppression, all that shit. Their oppression's fabricated. It's all fabricated.
Right.
California
Exactly.
Ford
That's
Sunflower
what, it should make
Butterflies
more
Group
sense to people
said,
now why
Douglas
they push
Hyde
so
got
hard
his
for you
scrubs
to
up.
not be an anti, or you to not be a Semite or whatever. Making fun of them.
How dare you criticize him? Oh, I have a good reason to criticize him. Fuck off.
Exactly in line with the United Nations plot of today.
I'm not a fan of them to begin with.
1785.
Like I'm not a fan
Yeah,
of
talk about authoritarian
Hero
religions.
got very erratic over the Israel
Oh,
situation.
God, yes. You want to talk about controlled opposition? Ben Shapiro is not only controlled, he is paid opposition.
Writings of the order and sect of the Illuminati.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's
I
always.
keep asking him, why don't you talk about how Judaism birthed communism?
Power of the Illuminati.
But he won't do it.
Truly the power
Why won't he do it?
was so great that this war
It's because he knows. Same thing with fucking
Illuminati became a
Prager,
dirty word,
Dennis Prager.
and it went underground. At the same
Why don't you talk
time,
about how
Weishaupt
they won't?
ordered
They won't.
to infiltrate
Because it
into the
destroys their
largest
narrative.
Masonry,
No, yeah, there are some
formed
good
their
people
own
out there.
secret societies within all
It's these
secret
secret society motherfuckers and the people that think like them that I worry about, that I don't
Those
trust.
whose conduct proved they had defected from God were initiated into the Illuminati. Thenceforth,
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's always been
conspirators
controlled
donned the
opposition.
cloak of
Candace Owens,
philanthropy
too.
and
She's a feminist.
humanitarianism.
Amala Kampanaji, she's a feminist. You hear it slip out.
Skull Bones.
Yeah, skull and bones.
In order to infiltrate into Masonic lodges
Candace
in
Owens,
Britain,
she is too.
Weishaupt invited John Robeson
I
over to
guarantee
Europe.
you, the moment that you
Robeson
start
was a
talking about,
high-degree Mason of the Scottish Rite.
feminism and
He was
all
a
that,
professor of natural philosophy
Well,
at
she claims to be
Oxford,
anti-feminist, but
secretary of the Royal Society
She
of
is one
Edinburgh.
herself.
if she
if
votes,
you-
if she votes, she's a feminist.
Was to create a benevolent dictatorship. But he kept his
she would have a
reactions to
problem
himself
with it, I
so
guarantee
well
it. Brett
Said
Cooper would
that he
too.
was
California Ford
with
Ha,
a
I love
Brett
my
Cooper
chihuahua
would have a
Pomeranian
problem.
mixed
Pearly
LOL
Things
along
would
with
have
my
a
Saint
problem with
Bernard
it. All these
friends.
people.
You
look,
think
they-
either of those bitches would give an average guy the time of day? Fuck no!
Look, it's easy for these people to say this shit on their YouTube
Yeah.
pages or on television when they have all these privileges at their disposal. But you start taking them away, like voting and all that, they're suddenly going to have a problem. That act is going to fall off. Like, it's all an act.
governments and religions.
Said,
All an act.
Yep, if she votes, she is a
They,
feminist.
they have that energy on their videos
Yes,
because
sir,
of all
yes,
this
I saw the
privilege they
dumbass
benefit
woman
from. And I
bullshit
hate to
after
use the
prayers
word
fucking
privilege,
retarded.
but there are some people who have it.
Now here is something that will stun.
It ain't what you think. White people.
Outrage many
Well,
who hear this.
they didn't earn it, so it's not really a privilege.
That our own Thomas Jefferson
They were
and
just
Alexander Hamilton
born that way,
became
so to
students
speak.
of Weishaupt's.
Like it was given to them by somebody else.
One of Weishaupt's strongest defenders when he was outlawed.
Who
by
gives
the
them their
government.
power? We do.
And it was
How do we give them their power? Through
who
validation.
infiltrated the Illuminati into the
See,
then
all you
newly
have to do is
organized
listen very
lodges of the
closely to what
Scottish
these
Rite
women
in New
say on
England.
these
Sir Hedis.
talk shows and on these
Mhm.
YouTube
The
pages.
19th Amendment
And
will
you'll
never be
hear
taken
where
away.
their
Only societal
true
collapse will take
interest
it away.
lies.
that the
Pearly,
Illuminati had infiltrated into
for all you pearly dick riders out there, she is espousing cosmopolitan feminism. Mr. 666.
President of Harvard University issued
That's
the same
eugenics
warning to the
too, because
graduating class
they
and
believe
lectured them
if you procreate
on the
with a
influence
tall
Illuminism
man,
was
the
acquiring
child
on
himself will
American
come out
politics and
tall.
religion.
It's not
And to
true.
top it off,
My dad was
John
6'2".
Quincy Adams, who had organized
My
the
brother's
New England Masonic lodges,
5'6". I'm
issued his warning.
6'1".
He wrote 3 letters to
My mom was
Colonel William
5'9".
Stone, a top Mason, in which he exposed how Jefferson was using
Yeah,
So
the first child normally takes after the height of the father, and the second one normally takes the height of the mother.
Those three letters are at this
eugenics is a joke
Square Library in Philadelphia.
pushed by communists and Nazis.
Founder of the Democratic Party was a member of the
And
Illuminati.
this guy's gonna cover somewhat. He brings up Nietzsche in this video, and apparently Nietzscheism led to fascism.
Because the government protecting them, feminism is one of the only ideologies that can't
Fascism
be defended by the people who believe
led to
in it.
Nazism. Jordan Peterson quotes Nietzsche a lot. So now I have to start questioning Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he spits a good game, but what's he trying to get at?
Sunflower butterfly said,
Look, when his daughter became a I knew right then and there, him defending it, and you know, then having a problem with men not marrying women. Look, these people are so see-through, man.
Well, you gotta remember, he's married, so he doesn't have to deal with the dumpster fire of dating.
All stocks have plummeted down to practically zero.
I mean, think about this. In today's modern culture, think about this, alright? Telling the truth doesn't get you very far in this culture. The actual truth, right? What we do here, Red Pill, MGTOW. You get canceled, you get your channels banned, all that good stuff. If these people like Jordan Peterson and all were telling the actual truth, they wouldn't get very far. They wouldn't be very rich because they wouldn't be useful to the machine.
He's an Illuminati shill.
He engineered our own Federal Reserve
They're controlled opposition.
which gave the House of Rothschild a secret
I don't listen to any of these people that are claiming to tell the truth, but they're rich as hell. I don't listen to them.
Well, it's a funny story there, Edis. The early feminists, you know, they approached the Republicans first. And the Republicans were just like, hold on a minute, we gotta get things figured out first. But those authoritarian cunts wanted that power and authority now, and they weren't gonna wait. So that's when they got in bed with the Democrats, because the Democrats were already in the process of pushing that agenda.
Feminists don't get fired from any job, but half of my female co-workers who are not feminist gets fired.
their sentence of execution as a traitor.
You know, if these people have a lot of money, if they are, you know, well off, they're rich, and they're continuing to have a platform, you know, copying our talking points, but doctoring it up in a way to where it doesn't sound like it's against their message. I don't listen to them. I don't have nothing for them. I don't care what they say. You know,
St. John's Hall, New York. He also told how arrangements had been made to ship Howard back to England. That Allen affidavit is on record in New York City archives.
that's why I have been on the fence for years about Trump.
Trump.
Hate me if they want to. I don't trust them.
Nope.
I don't trust any of these people that are in presidential position, the senators, congressmen.
Copies of the minutes of the meeting held to discuss that matter are still in existence in safe hands. And that all that secrecy emphasizes the power of the masterminds of the Illuminati.
Operation Warp Speed sealed it for me with him.
Being taught in our schools.
Oh, with pushing of the Wu flu shot.
Held a secret meeting in New York, which was addressed by a British Illuminist named Wright. Those in attendance were told that the Illuminati was organizing to unite the nihilist and atheist groups with all other subversive groups into an international to be known as communist. That was when the word communist first came into being, and it was intended to be the supreme weapon and scare word to terrify the whole world and drive the terrorized peoples into the Illuminati one world scheme. This scheme, communism, was to be used to enable the Illuminati to foment future wars and revolutions.
California Ford.
Clinton
Oh, yeah, she did.
Roosevelt, a direct ancestor of Franklin Roosevelt, Horace Greeley and Charles Dana, foremost newspaper
California
publishers
Ford
of that
Sunflower
time,
Butterfly.
were appointed to
Said,
head a committee to raise
Chaos.
funds
Can you hear
for
us
the
up
new
here,
venture.
Callie?
Of course, most of the funds were provided by the Rothschilds. And this fund was used to finance Karl Marx and Engels when they wrote Das Kapital and the Communist
my
Manifesto.
God.
The House of Rothschild needs to be brought up on charges of crimes against humanity.
Communism is not a so-called ideology, but a secret weapon, a bogeyman word to serve the purpose of the Illuminati. Weishaupt died in 1830, but prior to his death, he prepared a revised version of the age-old conspiracy, the Illuminati, which, under various aliases, was to organize, finance, direct, and control all international organizations and groups by working their agents into executive positions at the top. In the United States, we have Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Roosevelt, Jack Kennedy, Johnson, Rusk, McNamara, Fulbright, etc. as prime examples. In addition, while Karl Marx was writing the Communist Manifesto under the direction of one group of Illuminists,
I'm going to be reading the Communist
Professor
Manifesto
Karl
eventually,
Ritter
too.
of Frankfurt University was writing the antithesis under direction of another group. The idea was that those who direct the overall conspiracy would use the differences in those two so-called ideologies to enable them to divide larger and larger members of the human race into opposing camps so that they could be armed and then brainwashed into fighting and destroying each other, and particularly to destroy all political and religious institutions. The work Ritter started was continued after his death and completed by the German so-called philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, who founded
This part.
Nietzscheism. This Nietzscheism was later developed into fascism and then into Nazism and was used to foment World Wars I and II. In 1834, the Italian revolutionary leader Giuseppe Mazzini was selected by the Illuminati to direct their revolutionary program throughout the world. He served in that capacity until he died in 1872. But some years before he died, Mazzini had enticed an American general named Albert Pike into the Illuminati. Pike was fascinated by the idea of a one-world government, and ultimately he became the head of this Luciferian conspiracy. Between 1859 and 1871, he, Pike, worked out a military blueprint for 3 world wars and various revolutions throughout the world, which he considered would forward the conspiracy to its final stage in the 20th century. Again, I remind that these conspirators were never concerned with immediate success. They always operated on a long-range view. Pike did most of his work in his home in Little Rock, Arkansas. But a few years later, when the Illuminati's lodges of the Grand Orient became suspect and repudiated because of Mazzini's revolutionary activities in Europe, Pike organized what he called the New and Reformed Palladian Rite. He set up 3 Supreme Councils, one in Charleston, South Carolina, one in Rome, Italy, and the 3rd in Berlin, Germany. He had Mazzini establish 23 subordinate councils in strategic locations throughout the world. These have been the secret headquarters of the World Revolutionary Movement ever since. Long before Marconi invented radio, the scientists in the Illuminati had found the means for Pike and the heads of his councils to communicate secretly. It was the discovery of that secret that enabled intelligence officers to understand how apparently unrelated incidents, one such as the assassination of an Austrian prince at Sarajevo, took place simultaneously throughout the world, which developed into a war or a revolution. Pike's plan was as simple as it has proved effective. It called for communism, Nazism, political Zionism, and other international movements be organized and used to foment 3 global world wars and at least 2 major revolutions. The First World War was to be fought so as to enable the Illuminati to destroy Tsarism in Russia, as vowed by Rothschild after the Tsar had torpedoed his scheme at the Congress in Vienna, and to transform Russia into a stronghold of atheistic communism. The differences stirred up by agents of the Illuminati between the British and German empires were to be used to foment this war. After the war would be ended, communism was to be built up and used to destroy other governments and weaken religions. World War II, when and if necessary, was to be fomented by using the controversies between fascists and political Zionists. And here let it be noted that Hitler was financed by Krupp, the Warburgs, the Rothschilds, and other internationalist bankers, and that the slaughter of the supposed 600,000 Jews by Hitler didn't bother the Jewish internationalist bankers at all. That slaughter was necessary in order to create worldwide hatred of the German people and thus bring about the war against them. In short, this Second World War was to be fought to destroy Nazism and to increase the power of political Zionism so that the State of Israel could be established in Palestine. During this World War II, international communism was to be built up until it equaled in strength that of United Christendom. When it reached that point, it was to be contained and kept in check until required for the final social cataclysm. As we know now, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin put that exact policy into effect, and Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson continued that same exact policy.
Emmett.
World War III is to be fomented by using the so-called controversies, the agents of the Illuminati, operating under whatever new name, are now stirring up between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Muslim world. That war is to be directed in such a manner that all of Islam and political Zionism, Israel, will destroy each other, while at the same time, the remaining nations, once more divided on this issue, will be forced to fight themselves into a state of complete exhaustion, physically, mentally, spiritually, and economically. Now, can any thinking person doubt that the intrigue now going on in the Near, Middle, and Far East is designed to accomplish that satanic objective? Pike himself foretold all this in a statement he made to Mazzini on August 15, 1871. Pike stated that after World War III is ended, those who will inspire to undisputed world domination will provoke the greatest social cataclysm the world has ever known. Quoting his own words, taken from the letter he wrote to Mazzini, and which letter is now catalogued in the British Museum in London, England, he said, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a great social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism, the origin of savagery, and of most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the people forced to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitudes disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will be from that moment on without direction and leadership, and anxious for an ideal but without knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view, a manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. When Mazzini died in 1872, Pike made another Italian revolutionary leader named Adrian Lemmy his successor. Lemmy, in turn, was succeeded by Lenin and Trotsky, then by Stalin. The revolutionary activities of all those men were financed by British, French, German, and American international bankers, all of them dominated by the House of Rothschild. We are supposed to believe that the international bankers of today, like the money changers of Christ's day, are only the tools or agents of the great conspiracy, but actually, they are the masterminds behind all of it. While the general public has been brainwashed by all the mass communications media into believing that communism is a movement of the so-called workers, the actual fact is that both British and American intelligence officers have authentic documentary evidence that international liberals operating through their international banking houses, particularly the House of Rothschild, have financed both sides in every war and revolution since 1776. Those who today comprise the conspiracy, the CFR in the United States, direct our governments, whom they hold in usury through such methods as the Federal Reserve System in America, to fight wars such as Vietnam, created by the United Nations, so as to further Pike's Illuminati plans to bring the world to that stage of the conspiracy when atheistic communism and the whole of Christianity can be forced into an all-out Third World War within each remaining nation, as well as on an international scale. The headquarters of the Great Conspiracy in the late 1700s was in Frankfurt, Germany,
Going
where
to
the
hit
House
the
of
sack, got
Rothschild
work
had been
tomorrow, later,
established
guys.
by
Take it easy,
Mayor
Char. Thanks for swinging by, bud.
adopted the Rothschild name and linked together other international financiers who had literally sold their souls to the devil. After the Bavarian government's exposure in 1786, the conspirators moved their headquarters to Switzerland, then to London. Since World War II, after Jacob Schiff, the Rothschild's boy in America, died, the headquarters of the American branch has been in the Harold Pratt Building, New York, and the Rockefellers, originally protégés of Schiff, have taken over the manipulation of finances in America for the Illuminati. In the final phases of the conspiracy, the one world government will consist of the king dictator, head of the United Nations, the CFR, and a few billionaires, economists, and scientists who have proved their devotion to the great conspiracy. All others are to be integrated into a vast conglomeration of mongrelized
California Ford
humanity,
Sunflower Butterfly
actually slaves.
said.
Now let me
Charles C.
show you
Later.
how our federal government and the American people have been sucked into the one world takeover plot of the Illuminati Great Conspiracy. And always bear in mind that the United Nations was created to become the housing for that one world so-called liberal conspiracy. The real foundations of the plot for the takeover of the United States were laid during the period of our Civil War. Not that Weishaupt and the earlier masterminds had ever overlooked the New World. As I have previously indicated, Weishaupt had his agents planted over here as far back as the Revolutionary War. But George Washington was more than a match for them. It was during the Civil War that the conspirators launched their first concrete efforts. We know that Judah Benjamin, chief advisor of Jefferson Davis, was a Rothschild agent. We also know that there were Rothschild agents planted in Abraham Lincoln's cabinet who tried to sell him into a financial dealing with the House of Rothschild. But old Abe saw through the scheme and bluntly rejected it, thereby incurring the undying enmity of the Rothschilds, exactly as the Russian Tsar did when he torpedoed their first League of Nations at the Congress in Vienna. Investigation of the assassination of Lincoln revealed that the assassin, Booth, was a member of a secret conspiratorial group. Because there were a number of highly important government officials involved, the name of the group was never revealed, and it became a mystery, exactly as the assassination of Jack Kennedy still is a mystery. But I am sure it will not for long remain a mystery. Anyway, the ending of the Civil War destroyed, temporarily, all chances of the House of Rothschild to get a clutch on our money, such as they had acquired in Britain and other nations in Europe. I say temporarily because the Rothschilds and the masterminds of the conspiracy never quit. So they had to start from scratch, but they lost no time in getting started. Shortly after the Civil War, a young immigrant who called himself Jacob H. Schiff arrived in New York. Jacob was a young man with a mission for the House of Rothschild. Jacob was the son of a rabbi, born in one of Rothschild's houses in Frankfurt, Germany. I won't go deeply into his background. The important point is that Rothschild recognized in him not only a potential money wizard, but more important, he also saw the latent Machiavellian qualities in Jacob that could, as it did, make him an invaluable functionary in the great one-world conspiracy. After a comparatively brief training period in the Rothschilds' London bank, Jacob left for America with instructions to buy into
California
a banking
Ford
house,
Sunflower
which was
Butterfly
to be the springboard
said,
to acquire
cough.
control of the money system of the United States. Actually, Jacob came here to carry out 4 specific assignments. Number 1, and most important, was to acquire control of America's money system. Number 2, find desirable men who, for a price, would be willing to serve as stooges for the great conspiracy and promote them into high places in our federal government, our Congress, in the U.S. Supreme Court, and all federal agencies. Number 3, create minority group strife throughout the nation, particularly between whites and blacks. Number 4, create a movement to destroy religion in the United States, but Christianity to be the chief target. Earlier, I stated that Jacob Schiff came to America with orders by Rothschild to carry out 4 specific directives. The first and most important one was to get control of the United States money system.
California
Let's
Ford
trace
Sunflower
Schiff's
Butterfly
step to accomplish that
said,
directive. As a
crip,
first
crip.
step, he had to buy into a banking house. But it had to be the kind of a house that he could absolutely control and mold for that primary objective of entrapping our U.S. money system. After carefully scouting around, Jacob bought a partnership in a firm that called itself Kuhn and Loeb. Like Schiff, Kuhn and Loeb were immigrants from German Jewish ghettos. They came to the United States in the mid-1840s. Both started their business careers as itinerant pack peddlers. In the early 1850s, they pooled their interests and set up a merchandising store in Lafayette, Indiana, under the firm name of Kuhn and Loeb, servicing the covered wagon settlers on their way west. In the years that followed, they set up similar stores in Cincinnati and St. Louis. Then they added pawnbroking to their merchandising pursuits. From
Miles.
that to money lending
Entered
was
the
a
chat.
short.
Hey, what's up, Miles? How you doing?
By the time
Miles.
Schiff arrived on the
Said,
scene, Kuhn
"Hello
and
there."
Loeb was a well-known
Glad
private
to see you're
banking
still alive and kicking, kid.
and this is the firm Jacob bought into. Shortly after he became a partner in Kuhn and Loeb, Schiff married Loeb's daughter, Teresa. Then he bought out Kuhn's interests and moved the firm to New York. And Kuhn and Loeb became Kuhn, Loeb and Company, international bankers with Jacob Schiff, agent of the Rothschilds, ostensibly the sole owner. And throughout his career, this blend of Judas and Machiavelli first hierarch of the Illuminati, great conspiracy in America, posed as a generous philanthropist and a man of great holiness, the cover-up policy set forth by the Illuminati. As I have stated, the first great step of the conspiracy was to be the entrapment of our money system. To achieve that objective, Schiff had to get full cooperation of the then big banker elements in America. And that was easier said than done. Even in those years, Wall Street was the heart of the American money mart, and J.P. Morgan was its dictator. Next in line were the Drexels and the Biddles in Philadelphia. All the other financiers, big and little, danced to the music of those three houses, but particularly to that of Morgan. All of those three were proud, haughty, arrogant potentates. For the first few years, they viewed the little bewhiskered man from the German ghettos with utter contempt. But Jacob knew how to overcome that. He threw a few Rothschild bones to them. Said bones being distribution in America of desirable European stock and bond issues.
Yeah, there's a building here in town. It's right next to one of their churches, and it has the Freemason
It
symbol.
was in the decades following our Civil
Yeah, they're
War
all
that
over the
our
place.
industries began to burgeon.
And
We had
it
great
says
railroads to build.
Freemason
Oil, mining, steel,
so,
textile
something or other, some
industries
sort
were
of
bursting
gathering
out of
building,
their
but no
swamping
woman
zones.
or any
All
other
that called for
ethnicity
vast
is allowed.
financing. Much of that financing had to
You
come
should
from
take a
abroad.
picture of that
That
next time you
meant the
see
House
it.
of Rothschild. And that was when Schiff came into
I
his
walk
own.
past it every day when I go to
He
work.
played a very crafty game. He became the patron saint of John D. Rockefeller.
It shares the same
Edward R.
property as the
Harrison,
Catholic Church.
and Andrew Carnegie. He financed the Standard Oil
California
Company
Fort
for Rocky,
Sunflower Butterfly.
the Railroad Empire for
Said,
Harriman, and
"What
the
wife?"
Steel Empire for Carnegie. But instead of hogging
And it's been
all
there
the other industries
since-
for Kuhn Loeb and Company, he opened the doors of the House of Rothschild
California
to
I think
Morgan and
1915.
In turn,
Said,
Rothschild
With the
arranged
first
the
building
setting
that
up
they
of
constructed
London,
there?
California people
Paris,
allowed.
European and other branches for those three, but always in partnership.
And then when the
with
new
Rothschild
building got
subordinates.
built,
And Rothschild
they've been
made
there
it very
since
clear to all those men that
1945.
Schiff was to be the
A while.
boss in New York.
General Sorrow. Enter
Thus,
the
at
chat.
the turn of the
Welcome
century,
to
The first-
Schiff
stream.
had
the
a
first
tight
building they
control
had
General
burnt
Sorrow.
down.
Said,
Yeah.
hello gamers.
What's up, General Sorrow? How you doing, bud? Hope all is well, sir. All right.
banking
Let's play it
fraternity
again.
on Wall Street, which by then, with Schiff's help, included Lehman Brothers, Goldman Sachs, and other internationalist banks, headed by men chosen
Crystal
by the
Kidden.
Rothschilds. In
Said,
short,
hi
that
General.
meant control of the nation's
General
money
Sorrow.
powers. And he was
Said,
then ready for the
Hello
giant step.
KS4728
entrapment
Crystal
of our
Kid in
national
California
money
Fort
system.
Miles.
Now, under our Constitution, all control of our money system is vested solely in our Congress. Schiff's next important step was to seduce
California
our
Fort
Congress
Sunflower
to betray
Butterfly.
that constitutional
Said,
edict
G
by
Sorrow
surrendering
High.
that control to the hierarchy of the Illuminati's great conspiracy. In order to legalize that surrender and thus make the people powerless to resist it, it would be necessary to have Congress enact special legislation. To accomplish that, Schiff would have to infiltrate stooges into both houses of Congress. Stooges powerful enough to railroad Congress into passing such legislation. Equally, or even more important, he would have to plant a stooge in the White House, a president without integrity and without scruples, who would sign that legislation into law. To accomplish that, he had to get control of either the Republican or the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party was the more vulnerable. It was the hungrier of the two parties. Except for Grover Cleveland, the Democrats had been unable to land one of their men in the White House since before the Civil War. There were two reasons for that. Number one, poverty of the party. Number two, there were considerably more Republican-minded voters than Democrats. The poverty matter was not a great problem, but the voter problem was a different story.
Fuck.
And as I previously said, Schiff was a smart cookie. Here is the atrocious and murderous method he employed to solve that voter problem. His solution emphasizes how very little the Jewish internationalist bankers care about their own racial brethren, as you shall see. Suddenly, around 1890, there broke out a nationwide series of
everyone took a
pogroms
breath
in
at
Russia.
the same time, and
Many,
we
many
know it.
thousands of innocent Jews, men, women, and children were slaughtered by the Cossacks and other peasants. Similar pogroms with similar slaughter of innocent Jews broke out in Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. All those pogroms were fomented by Rothschild agents. As
General
a result, Jewish
said,
terrified refugees
possible
from
but
all
not
those
likely.
nations swarmed into the United States. And that continued throughout the next 2 or 3 decades because the pogroms were continuous through all those years. All those refugees were aided by self-styled humanitarian committees set up by Schiff, the Rothschilds, and all the Rothschild affiliates. In the main, the refugees streamed into New York, but the Schiff-Rothschild humanitarian committees found ways to shuffle many of them into other large cities, such as Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, Detroit, Los Angeles, etc. All of them were quickly transformed into naturalized citizens and educated to register as Democrats. Thus, all of that so-called minority group became solid Democratic voter blocs in their communities, all controlled and maneuvered by their so-called benefactors. And shortly after the turn of the century, they became vital factors in the political life of our nation. That was one of the methods Schiff employed to plant men like Nelson Aldrich in our Senate and Woodrow Wilson in the
California
White
Ford
House.
Sunflower Butterfly.
At this point, let me remind you
not
of
everyone
another of
heart
the
beat the
important
same.
jobs that was assigned to Schiff when he was dispatched to America. I refer to the job of destroying the unity of the American people by creating minority group and racial strife. By the pogrom-driven Jewish
General
refugees
Sorrow
into America,
said,
Schiff was creating
50
one
of people are
ready-made
idiots.
minority group for that purpose. But the Jewish people as a whole, made fearful by the pogroms, could not be depended upon
General
to create
Sorrow
the violence
said,
necessary to
"That's
destroy
what
the
I
unity
thought,
of the
LOL."
American people.
Yes,
Right
that
within
would mean
America,
50% of the
there was
population
an
is.
already made to order, although as yet a sleeping minority group.
He's getting into the fabrication of racism.
Sparked into so-called demonstrations, rioting, looting, murder, and every other type of lawlessness. All that was necessary was to incite and arouse them. Together, those two minority groups, properly maneuvered, could be used to create exactly the kind of strife in America the Illuminati would need to accomplish their objective. Thus,
General
at
Sorrow
the same time that Schiff
said,
and his co-conspirators
Cool Cat
were laying
Miles.
their plans for the entrapment of our money system, they were also perfecting
General
plans to
Sorrow
hit the unsuspecting
said,
American people
Cougar
with an explosive and terrifying racial upheaval that would tear the people into hate fractions and create chaos throughout the nation, especially on all college and university campuses, all protected by Earl Warren decisions
General Sorrow
and our so-called leaders
said,
in Washington.
Mountain Lion
Of course, perfecting
Caracal,
those
I thought
plans
so.
required
Said,
time and infinitely
Caracal.
patient organizing. Now, to remove all
General
doubts,
Sorrow
I'll take a few moments to
said,
give you documentary proof of this racial strife plot. First of all, they had to create leaderships and organizations to draw in millions of dupes, both Jewish and Negroes, who would do the demonstrating and commit the rioting, looting, and lawlessness. So in 1909, Schiff, the Lamans, and other conspirators organized and set up the National
Wild.
Association
Riggs
for the
Jr.
Advancement of the Colored
Enter the
People,
chat.
known
Welcome
as
to
the
the stream.
NAACP.
Riggs
The
Jr.
presidents, directors,
said,
and legal counsel
I
of
just
the
farted.
NAACP were
Miles
always white men,
said,
Jews appointed
silent
by
letters
Schiff.
make no sense.
And this is the case to
Crystal
this
Kid
very
in.
day.
Said,
Then, in
Pirates.
1913, the Schiff Group organized the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai B'rith, commonly known as the ADL, to serve as the Gestapo and
General
hatchet
Sorrow
man outfit for
said,
the entire Great
Miles, the
Conspiracy.
sound for that word fell out of
Today,
favor.
this sinister
Riggs
ADL
Jr.
maintains over
said,
2,000 agencies
hello.
in all parts of the country.
California Ford
And they
Sunflower
advise
Butterfly
and completely control
said,
every action
G.
of
Sorrow,
the
my ex-husband,
NAACP,
falls in the 50
CORE,
of
of
stupidity,
the Urban
so yet.
League, of all
General
the other
Sorrow.
so-called
What's that
Negro civil
say
rights
about you, though,
organizations
California
throughout the
Ford?
nation.
You
General Sorrow.
chose
Such
him.
leaders as Martin Lucifer
Riggs
King,
Jr.
Stokely
California
Carmichael,
Ford Sunflower
Bayard
Butterfly
Rustin, and others
said,
of that ilk.
Riggs.
In addition, the ADL acquired absolute control of the advertising budgets of many department stores, hotel chains,
California Ford
and
Sunflower
TV
Butterfly
and radio industrialist sponsors.
No, bro, he chose me.
Also advertising
Riggs
agencies.
Jr.
Mmm.
GS
to
Kelly,
control
hello.
It
General
works
Sorrow.
both ways,
All the
doesn't
mass
it?
communication.
Yeah, it
Can't
takes
figure
two
out
to
what
Force every
tango.
loyal
Eggs
newspaper to slant and
General
falsify the
Sorrow
news,
said,
and to further incite and at the same time create sympathy for the lawlessness and
Jr.
violence of the Negro
said,
mobs.
Chaos I giggle
Here
when
is
women tell on
documentary
themselves.
proof of the beginning of their deliberate plot to foment the
Sorry,
Negroes
what's
into
going
all
on?
their lawlessness. Around 1910,
He's talking about the fabrication of racism now.
titled The Melting Pot.
Koa send me snow.
It was sheer propaganda to
Psh,
incite the
you ain't got no
Negroes
snow from me.
because the play
Yeah, ask Kitten, it's snowing up there.
visualized how the American
Riggs
people
Jr.
were discriminating
Somebody
against
said
and
yes to
persecuting Jews and Negroes.
California Ford
At that
Sunflower
time,
Butterfly
nobody seemed to realize that
said,
it was a propaganda
Riggs, good
play.
morning.
It was that cleverly written. The propaganda
Crystal
was
Kid in.
well wrapped up,
said,
and the truly
I'll send
great
it your way
entertainment
for
in the
LOL.
play, and it was a big
Riggs
Broadway hit.
Jr.
Now, in
said,
those years, the
I
legendary
don't want the
diamond
snow,
Jim
y'all
Brady
can have it.
used to throw a banquet
California
at the
Ford
famous
Sunflower
Delmonico
Butterfly
restaurant in New York
said,
after the opening
Kitten,
performance
please
of a
send me
popular
snow.
play.
General
He threw
Sorrow.
such
I
a
would-
party for
I
the
would
cast
love
of
to
the
see
Melting
that,
Pot.
actually.
We had a
Its
good
author,
snow yesterday. Some
producer,
still
and
left
chosen
on the pool
Broadway
cover near
celebrity.
Pittsburgh,
I
PA.
don't even
By
think
then,
that
I'd
state
already
ever
made a
gets snow,
first
Jr.
does it?
mark on the Broadway theater and was invited
I
to
own
that party.
motorcycles. I hate winter.
There I met George Bernard Shaw and a Jewish writer named Israel Cohen. Zangwill, Shaw, and Cohen were the triumvirate who created the Fabian Society in England and had worked closely with a Frankfurt Jew named Mordecai who had changed his name to Karl Marx.
God damn
At
it.
that time, both Marxism and communism were just emerging,
Get
and
it,
nobody
baby,
paid much
get it.
attention to either. And nobody suspected the propaganda in the
California
writings
Ford
of
Sunflower
those
Yu-Gi-Oh!
three
Bridge
really
fans
brilliant
here?
writers.
Said,
No.
Riggs, I
At
want the
that
state of
bank,
California to
Israel
I wasn't
send
really
snow
wanting
so
to
I
be-
can
he
work
was
for
then
a snow
engaged in
plowing
writing
business.
a book which was to be a follow-up on Zangwill's The Melting.
General
Think
Sorrow.
of
said,
Dragon Ball Z Abridged,
LOL.
but with
General
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sorrow said, Fat chance.
You guys recently started watching that, didn't you?
Dragon Ball Z Abridged, we done watched all of it. Well,
Good.
I
wasn't it?
watched it all. It was alright.
Some episodes were funny.
California Ford Sunflower Butterfly said,
Did you guys watch all
rarely
the
gets snow
movie
here only
specials
around
too?
the lake
Yep.
and mountains that it.
Sweet.
Pot. The title of his book was to
Sure
build a
did.
radio program for the 20th
Yeah, that
century.
shit was funny, man.
At that time, I was completely absorbed by my work as a playwright, and significant as that title was,
Father
It's
Saunders.
real
Well, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Never
Abridged
dawned
is
on
basically the same
Gonna
thing.
take
It's
nor was
just
I
shots
the
for a
interested
walk
in
characters
me
reading
back.
the book,
in Yu-Gi-Oh!
but it suddenly hit me with the force of a hydrogen bomb.
General Sorrow
When I received a
said,
newspaper clipping of an
High
item
outlaw, I
published by
presume.
the Washington, D.C.
Crystal Kid
Evening
in.
Star in
Said,
May
we got
1957.
2 weeks worth of snow
That
in 3
item
days,
was a
LOL.
verbatim reprint
General
of the following
Sorrow
excerpt
said,
in Israel Cohen's
Hi,
book,
Father
A Racial
Saunders.
Program for the 20th Century. And it reads as I quote, "We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory, While inflaming the Negro minority against the whites, we will instill in the whites a guilt complex for their exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise to prominence in every walk of life, in the professions and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negro will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause. That same excerpt was entered into the congressional record of June 7, 1957 by Representative Thomas G. Abernathy. Thus, the authenticity of that passage in Cohen's book was fully established. But the one question that remained in my mind was whether it represented the official policy or plot of the Communist Party or just a personal expression of Cohen himself. Hence, I sought more proof, and I found it. In an official pamphlet published in 1935 by the New York Communist Party's official Workers' Library Publishers. That pamphlet was entitled, "The Negroes in a Soviet America." It urged the Negroes to rise up, form a Soviet state in the South, and apply for admission to the Soviet Union. It contained a firm pledge that the revolt would be supported by all American Reds and all so-called liberals. On page 38, it promised that a Soviet government would confer greater benefits to Negroes than to whites. And again, this official communist pamphlet pledged that, I quote, "Any act of discrimination or prejudice against a Negro will become a crime under the revolutionary law," unquote. That statement proved that the excerpt in Israel Cohen's book, published in 1913, was an official edict of the Communist Party and directly in line with the Illuminati blueprint for world revolution issued by Weishaupt and later by Albert Pike. Now there's only one question, and that is to prove that the communist regime is directly controlled by the American Jacob Schiff and London Rothschild masterminds of the Great Conspiracy. A little later, I will provide that proof that will remove even a remote doubt that the Communist Party as we know it was created by those masterminds, capitalists if you will note, that Schiff, the Warburgs, and the Rothschilds planned and financed the entire Russian Revolution, also the murder of the Tsar and his family, and that Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin took their orders directly from Schiff and the other capitalists whom they supposedly are fighting. Now can you see why the vile Earl Warren and his equally vile co-Supreme Court justices issued that infamous and treasonous desegregation decision in 1954? It was to aid and abet the plot of the Illuminati conspirators to create tension and strife between Negroes and whites. Can you see why the same Earl Warren issued his decision prohibiting Christian prayers and Christmas carols in our schools? It was done to destroy Christianity. Can you see why Eisenhower, despite all the rigid
California
constitutional
Ford Sunflower
prohibitions,
Butterfly
sent federal
said,
troops into a southern
"Yep."
state to enforce the desegregation decision? Why Kennedy did likewise? And can you see why Johnson and 66 senators, despite the protests of 90% of the American people, voted for the Consular Treaty, which opens our entire country to Russian spies and saboteurs? All those 66 senators are 20th century Benedict Arnolds. It is up to you and you, all of the American people, to force Congress, our elected servants, to haul in those American traitors for impeachments, and that when proven guilty, they all be given the punishment prescribed for traitors who aid and abet our enemies. And that includes the forcing of rigid investigations by Congress of the CFR and all their fronts, such as the ADL, the NAACP, SNCC, and such Illuminati tools as Martin Lucifer King. Such investigations will completely unmask all the leaders in Washington and the Illuminati and all their affiliations and affiliates as traitors carrying out the Illuminati plot. It will completely unmask the United Nations as the intended crux of the entire plot.
That's what I've been saying the whole goddamn
The
time.
U.S. out of the UN and hurl the UN out of the U.S. In fact, it will destroy the UN and the entire plot. Before I close this phase, I wish to reiterate and stress one vital point, which I urge you to never forget if you wish to save our country for your children and their children. Here is the point. Every unconstitutional and unlawful act committed by Woodrow Wilson, by Franklin Roosevelt, by Truman,
General
Eisenhower,
Sorrell
and Kennedy, and
said,
are now being committed
Did
by
I hear
Johnson,
Martin Lucifer
is
King?
exactly in
Oh,
line
yeah.
with the
Sorrell.
Illuminati conspirators.
That was his real
centuries
middle
old
name.
plot outlined by Weishaupt and Albert
Again, these
Pike.
people change their names to
Every
sound
vicious
more.
decision issued by the traitorous Earl Warren and his
That's not
equally
the first
traitorous
time I've
Supreme
heard it
Court
said like
justices
that either.
was directly in line with
That's
what
the crazy
Illuminati
part.
blueprint required.
Riggs
That
Jr.
all the treason committed
said,
by our State Department
Cali go
under
north,
Rusk
you'll find snow.
and
LOL.
earlier by John Foster Dulles and Marshall. Also, all the treason committed by McNamara and his predecessors is directly in line with that same Illuminati
Martin
blueprint
Lucifer
for the
King.
takeover of the world. Also, the amazing
yeah, he
treason
was-
by
he was
various
on-
members of our
He
country.
was paid
especially by the
opposition.
66 senators who signed for the consular
He would be
Women at the
considered the
NAACP
likes of Barack
payroll.
Obama. Oh God,
from
yeah.
the Illuminati. Now I will go back
He had an
to
agenda to
Like,
push. Why do you
Rosa
think they
Parks.
killed him after he was done?
and the treasonous actions that
After they
followed.
got what they wanted out of him, they put him
Also
down.
revealed the ship Rothschild
Just like
controlled
Rosa
not
Parks,
only Karl Marx,
NAACP.
but a blending of Trotsky and Stalin, who created the
Yeah, she
revolution
was
in
on the
Russia
payroll,
and
too.
set up the Communist Party. It was in 1908 that Schiff decided the time had come for his seizure of our money system. His chief lieutenants in that seizure
I mean,
were
these
Colonel
people ain't
Edward
slick,
Mandel
man.
House,
You know, once you
whose
figure out
entire
what they're
career was that of chief
doing, how they
executive
do it.
and
right?
courier for Schiff,
When you put
as
people
I shall show.
in the public eye,
Bernard Baruch
everybody to see, right?
and Herbert Lehman.
And
In the fall of
you know, they're only allowed to say so much. They're only allowed to do so much. You know, they don't. If I can explain this, they don't seem like an authentic opposition. If that makes sense, like they don't seem authentic in their opposition. Does that make sense?
See, that was the thing. MLK made he technically emotionally manipulated everybody. That's what a lot of them do. They
Riggs
through
Jr.
fear,
that
through the
year,
fear
they
tactics, they'll.
Chaos.
That's
What
how
is
they
this
do
we
it.
are listening to? I'm gonna go back and re-listen later to the complete.
Okay, so this is something Hammerhand posted yesterday. It's called 1967 Speech by Myron C. Fagan about the Illuminati, Zionism, Masonry, Skull and Bones, the UN, and the rest of their horrible, horrible people.
assembled in secret conclave at the Jekyll Island Hunt Club, owned by J.P. Morgan
California
at Jekyll
Ford
Island,
Sunflower
Georgia.
Butterfly.
Among those present were J.P. Morgan,
Riggs can't go
John
up
D.
north. The
Rockefeller,
job that I applied
Colonel
for is
House,
here.
Senator Nelson
Riggs
Aldrich,
Jr.
Schiff,
said,
Stillman and Vanderlip of
okay,
the New York
thanks, he'll
National
go add it
City
to my
Bank,
watch later.
W. and J. Seligman, Eugene Meyer, Bernard Baruch, Herbert Lehman, Paul Warburg, in short, all of the international bankers in America, all of them members of the hierarchy of the Illuminati's great conspiracy.
Where are we
A
seeing
week
that? Did you
later, they
post it
emerged
somewhere?
with what they call
I'm
the
listening
Federal
to it
Reserve
right
System.
now. It's in Hammerhand's channel, so if you subscribe to him, just go to the last video he uploaded.
Railroaded through Congress. But they held
I'm
that
just
railroading
listening to
in
it now.
abeyance for one chief reason. They would first have to
I've
plant
listened to
their
most of it already,
Indian
but
stooge
I had to go to
Riggs Jr.
sleep.
to sign the Federal
said,
Reserve Act into
I'm
law.
sure they're hiring for
They
plow
knew that
drivers
even
somewhere,
if the Senate
lol.
would pass that act unanimously, the then newly elected President Taft would promptly veto it. So they waited. In 1912, their man, Woodrow Wilson, was elected to the presidency. Immediately after Wilson was inaugurated, Senator Aldrich railroaded the Federal Reserve Act through both houses of Congress, and Wilson promptly signed it, and the Federal Reserve Act became law. That heinous act of treason was committed in December 23, 1913, 2 days before Christmas, when all the members of Congress, except for several picked representatives and 3 equally carefully picked senators, were away from Washington. How heinously treasonous was that act?
And here's a fun little fact. Those 3 senators that happened to be away, they were on that big old ship that hit an iceberg and sank. Oh, kind of ironic there, huh?
Our founding fathers knew full well the power of money. They knew that whoever had that power held the destiny of our nation in his hands. Therefore, they carefully guarded this power when
California
they set forth in the
Ford Sunflower
Constitution
Butterfly
that Congress,
said,
the elected
Titanic.
representatives of the people, alone would have that power. The constitutional language on this point is brief, concise, and specific, stated in Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 5, defining the duties and powers of Congress, and I quote, to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and the standard of weights and measures, unquote. But on that tragic, unforgettable day of infamy, December 23, 1913, the men we sent to Washington to safeguard our interests, the representatives and senators and Woodrow Wilson, delivered the destiny of our nation into the hands of 2 aliens from Eastern Europe, Jacob Schiff and Paul Warburg. Warburg was a very recent immigrant who came here on orders from Rothschild for the express purpose of blueprinting that foul Federal Reserve Act. Now, the vast majority of the American people think that the Federal Reserve System is a United States government-owned agency. That is positively false. All of the stock of the Federal Reserve banks is owned by the member banks, and the heads of the member banks are all members of the hierarchy of the great Illuminati conspiracy known today as the CFR. The details of that act of treason in which many traitorous so-called Americans participated are far too long for this recording. But all those details are available in a book entitled The Federal Reserve Conspiracy, written by Eustace Mullins. In that book, Mullins tells the entire horrifying story and backs it up with unquestionable documentations. Aside from it being a truly fascinating and shocking story of that great betrayal, every American should read it as a matter of vital intelligence for the time when the whole American people will finally come awake and smash the entire conspiracy. And with God's help, that awakening will surely come. You can get a copy of that book from the publishers, the Christian Educational Association, 530 Chestnut Street, Union, New Jersey. Now, if you think that those aliens and their by accident of birth American co-conspirators would be content with just the control of our money system, you're in for another very sad shock. The Federal Reserve System gave the conspirators complete control of our money system, but it in no way touched the earnings of the people, because the Constitution positively forbids what is now known as the 20% withholding tax. But the Illuminati blueprint for one world enslavement called for the confiscation of all private property and control of individual earning powers. This, and Karl Marx stressed that feature in his blueprint, had to be accomplished by a progressive graduated income tax. As I stated, such a tax could not lawfully be imposed upon the American people. It is succinctly and expressly forbidden by our Constitution. Thus, only an amendment to the Constitution could give the federal government such confiscatory powers. Well, that too was not an insurmountable problem for our Machiavellian plotters. The same elected leaders in both houses of Congress And the same Mr. Woodrow Wilson, who signed the infamous Federal Reserve Act
California
into law,
Ford Sunflower
amended the
Butterfly
Constitution to make the
said,
federal income tax
"Have a wonderful blessed
known as
day.
the
I'm going to
16th
take a
Amendment,
nap before I
a
head
law
out to
of
do
the
some
land.
responsibilities."
Both are
Take it easy,
illegal
California
under our
Ford. Thanks for swinging
Constitution.
by.
In short,
General
the same
Sorrow
traitors
said,
signed both betrayals,
"Later,
the
California
Federal
Ford
Reserve
have a
Act
good
and
nap."
the 16th
Didn't she
Amendment
speak?
into
General
law.
Sorrow
However,
said,
it seems that
"And
nobody
rest
ever
of the day,
realized that the
Crispy Kid
16th
in
Amendment was set up
said,
to rob,
"Have a
and
good
I
day,
do
Ford."
mean rob, the people of their earnings via the income tax provision. The plotters didn't fully use that provision until World War II, when that great humanitarian, Franklin Roosevelt, applied a 20% withholding tax on all small wage earners and up to 90% on higher incomes. Oh, of course, he faithfully promised that it would be only for the duration of the war. But what was a promise to such a charlatan who in 1940, when he was running for his third term, kept proclaiming, "I say again and again and again that I will never send American boys to fight on foreign soil."
He lied.
Remember? He was proclaiming that even as he was already preparing to plunge us into World War II by enticing the Japanese into that sneak attack on Pearl Harbor to furnish him with his excuse. And before I forget, let me remind you that another charlatan named Woodrow Wilson used exactly that same campaign slogan in 1916. His slogan was, "Re-elect the man who will keep your sons out of the war." Exactly the same formula, exactly the same promises. But wait, as Al Jolson used to say, you ain't heard nothing yet. That 16th Amendment income tax trap was intended to confiscate, rob, the earnings only of the common herd, you and me. It was not intended to even touch the huge incomes of the Illuminati gang, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Lehmans, and all the other conspirators. So together with that 16th Amendment, they created what they called the tax-free foundations. That would enable the conspirators to transform their huge wealth into such so-called foundations and avoid payment of virtually all income taxes. The excuse for it was that the earnings of those tax-free foundations would be devoted to humanitarian philanthropy. So we now have the several Rockefeller foundations, the Carnegie Endowment Fund, the Ford Foundation, the Mellon Foundation, and hundreds of similar tax-free foundations. And what kind of philanthropy do these foundations support? Well, they finance all the civil rights groups that are creating
they
all the chaos and
do.
rioting all over the country. They finance the Martin Lucifer Kings. The Ford Foundation finances the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara, commonly referred to as Moscow West, and which is headed by Wonderboy Hutchins, Walter Reuther, Irwin Canham, and others of that ilk. In short, the tax-free foundation financed those who are doing the job for the Illuminati Great Conspiracy. And what are the hundreds of billions of dollars they confiscate every year from the earnings of the common herd, you and me, used for? Well, for one thing, there's the foreign aid gimmick, which gave billions to communist Tito, plus gifts of hundreds of jet planes, many of which were turned over to Castro, plus the costs of training communist pilots so that they can the better shoot down our planes, billions to Red Poland, billions to India, billions to Sukarno, billions to other enemies of the United States. That's what that treasonously railroaded 16th Amendment has done to our nation, to the American people, to you and to me, to your children and their children. Our CFR Illuminati-controlled federal government can grant tax-free status to all foundations and pro-red one-word outfits, such as the Fund for the Republic. But if you, or a patriotic pro-organization, is too outspokenly pro-American, they can terrify and intimidate you by finding a misplaced comma in your income tax report, and by threatening you with penalties, fines, and even prison. Future historians will wonder how the American people could have been so naive and stupid as to have permitted such audaciously brazen acts of treason as the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment. Well, they were not naive and they were not stupid. The answer is they trusted the men they elected to safeguard our country and our people. And they just didn't have even an inkling about either betrayal until after each one had been accomplished. It was the Illuminati-controlled mass communications media that kept and is keeping our people naive and stupid and unaware of the treason being committed. Now the great question is, when will the people wake up and do to our traitors of today what George Washington and our founding fathers would have done to Benedict Arnold? Actually, Benedict Arnold was a petty traitor compared to our present traitors in Washington. Now let's go back to the events that followed the rape of our Constitution by the passage of the Federal Reserve Act of the 16th Amendment. With Wilson completely under their control, the masterminds of the great conspiracy put in motion their next and what they hoped would be their final steps to achieve their one-world government. The first of those steps was to be World War I. Why war? Simple. The only excuse for a one-world government is that it will supposedly ensure peace.
Oh.
The only thing that can make people cry for peace is war. War brings chaos, destruction, exhaustion. The winner as well as
Been
the
listening
loser.
to it for the last
It
few
brings
minutes.
economic
It's
ruin
funny
for
how
both.
under his
Most
video
important, it destroys
they've
the
already
flower of the young man
they're already
vote.
trying to control the
To the
narrative
saddened
by
and
putting
heartbroken host,
the
the
encyclopedia
mothers and
definition of
who are left
Illuminati.
with nothing but memories of their beloved sons.
Mm-hmm.
Peace becomes worth any price. And that is the emotion upon which the conspirators
That tells me they've got
the
some
success
sort
their
of
satanic
a,
plot. Throughout the 19th century, from 1814
which we already
to
know they do, but
1914,
there's
the
something
world as
to
a
this
whole was at peace.
algorithm
Such
that
wars as the Franco-Prussian,
is able to
our
hear
own Civil
certain
War,
words
the
or-
Russo-Japanese.
It's the AI. It's just like with Facebook. They pick up certain, they have a database of certain buzzwords. So so if you type in a certain buzzword like feminist or something, it's gonna, are you saying anything against women? Or that's why anytime I say anything against feminism, my shit either gets taken down or I get suspended for a month.
Yep.
But it'll let me say certain words. It'll let me say nigga and negro, but I can't say it with the hard R.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And I've had, the fun thing was, I went into a comment one day, or I went into a thing one day, and I made the comment of, I guess when you let lame ass
General
niggas
Soros
nut up in you,
said,
I guess your only
Nigga.
valuable option
Riggs
would
J.
be to abort the
said,
bastard child.
Rigger, please, LOL.
Yeah.
And the following comments I got under that thread were, who gave you permission to say that word? And my whole retort, I don't need nobody's permission. It's a word that I'm allowed to use. Who are you to claim ownership over that fucking word?
It's like this dumb pass bullshit. Like, who the hell do you people don't tell me or anybody else what to say?
I say,
N-word pass. Like,
I don't need no pass to say a stupid word that that means ignorant person. But but that's the work that the Illuminati did to sow their discourse. That's how good of effect it had on their emotional manipulation.
yeah.
Just like with women. Tell them they're oppressed all the goddamn time by the white man. And what happens? They're going to turn their back on the white man and start looking elsewhere. Tell all these black men that they're oppressed by the white man. We're going to stick it to them by taking their white women. That's kind of what's happening to a degree. And you used to hear it a lot. I heard it a lot growing up. Like when I was a kid in single-digit age, I heard that shit so much growing up. And I'm just like, this is wrong, but I can't say nothing because then I'd be labeled racist. See, that's the power it had. I knew the power that's the power that the word had. I didn't want to be labeled a racist. I don't hate people because of the color of their skin. I hate people based on individuals. If you're a piece of shit, I'm going to call you a piece of shit, and I'm not going to deal with you no more. And if I have to be around you when I'm dealing with you, it's not going to be peaceful for you, for sure. Because I'm going to make your life
Douglas
miserable.
Edwards.
Oh, yo, what's up, Doug?
The chat. Welcome to the stream.
This is halfway through.
Said, hey, what's up,
Imagine
everybody?
thinking you can tell somebody else a word they can and can't say.
Well, that's why they got in bed with the government to make any kind of criticism or anything illegal.
Said,
Just like the tiny hats did after their revolution in Russia. You know, they made anti-Semitism illegal.
Said, hi, kid in house.
They made themselves a protected class. This is all part of it. And again, this has all been part of the plan to destroy the West, especially. Because we were the last bastion of freedom.
War
said,
were what might be termed
GTA
local
later Doug.
disturbances that did not
General
affect
Sorrow
the rest of the world.
Said,
All the great
hi,
nations
Douglas
were
Edwards.
When I was a
prosperous.
kid, I used to always get
People
told,
staunchly
"Oh, we don't play
nationalistic
with
and
white
fiercely
kids."
proud of their sovereignties. It was
Like,
utterly
oh, that's nice.
unthinkable.
That's funny.
that the
My
Fagan
uncle
majority
told
of
me.
peoples would be willing to live under
My uncle
one
told
word.
me, and this is while I was still in the military, so I'm an adult now,
Douglas
right?
Edwards.
And
Said,
he looked me dead in the eyes
see you, brother.
and said, if I find out you're dating, plan on marrying, or fucking
What's up, Riggs Jr.?
a rigger, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Oh, damn.
I'm not
Well,
opposed to.
You see, here's the
Cut to
thing.
the
My
plastic.
uncle was being the key word, was a grand wizard in the KKK. I'm not proud of it.
Yeah.
It's my uncle. I'm not in control of what he did or his life choices. So, and I don't agree with the shit that he espoused, but that's him. That's him.
The attitude of them here in America that fucking pisses me off.
It's that entitled attitude.
Yep.
That entitled attitude irritates the piss out of me too. Coming from anybody with
Where
an
I
entitled
live,
Or the
attitude.
Turks and the Russians.
Where I live currently,
Stop, dog.
community 1 to 2 over from me is full of former Klansmen, people with families who had Klansmen in their family. And, you know, you'd be surprised at who was Klansmen. You had hardware store owners, you had grocery store workers, you had preachers, deacons,
Politicians.
Christians.
Yep.
A lot of these people.
Well, a lot of them are, and this is, I lean towards more of a white nationalist stance.
Yeah.
Because you know it's okay for the Chinese to have their nationality and the Japanese to have their nationality, but you know we try and move over there. They don't like us over there. They don't want us to move over there. But they could come here and shit all over a culture that we had to die for, not us in particular, but the people that came before us that fought for the privileges that we have now. And then these Illuminati cocksuckers come in and flip it all upside down.
Yeah.
And all because they want that power and control. It's all about semantics. They want the power and control. The tiny hats want the power and control. They want to rule the world. They've wanted to rule the world for a long time. Goes all the way back to fucking Solomon and even before that. Solomon wanted. Solomon thought he was fucking. He thought he was at the time. It's just like the Roman Empire. They were it. They were the government. They were in charge of pretty much all Europe.
Yep, Sodom and Gomorrah. Yep.
Well, that's what we're pretty much living in now. We're living in like a Maoist, Trotsky, is fucking thing nightmare right now, and it's only gonna get worse. And all this shit, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if anymore. It's just when is it gonna happen.
Just let me get off the mainland first.
Let me die before this shit happens, because I don't want to be a part of it.
Well, I know what's gonna happen before I fucking keel over, but I just want to get out of the fucking middle of the playground before it goes down.
Oh no, I don't want to be a ground zero. God no. I'll be on the outskirts watching the chaos, working my way in, taking out all the idiots as I work my way in. Because that's how you do it. It's like I'm always at the end of the line. Why? So I can see the bullshit that's going on ahead of me. Did I hear someone say Doug enter the Discord? Oh, you were just saying hi to him. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just saying hello.
Or the Chinese and the Japanese. Even
or
more
should I say he's on his
that a
laptop
Kaiser
in the
Wilhelm or a
tool
Franz
shed.
Joseph or a Tsar Nicholas or any monarch would willingly and meekly surrender his throne
he's
to
got
a
the
one-word
saran wrap
government.
out to the keyboard.
But
He's got the
bear in
Jurgen
mind
burner.
that the kings in all nations are the real power.
I was
Oh.
supplied your shed there, Outlaw.
By the
They're
way,
in the decoy shed. The real one is a top secret location that I'll die with.
She's restocked it with boy butter.
see, he doesn't know it yet, but a few of us have already found a super secret tool shed.
No, you guys haven't.
He doesn't know because we clean up after ourselves, so he doesn't know.
Not this one.
I'm worried Bingus is gonna slip up and leave his fucking tube sock there one day.
You guys are in the.
I told him, you can't nut on the floor no more. You can't nut in the corners no more. Bring a tube sock, get it out, and take it out with you.
The reason why it's
Hitler already knows where it is.
See, he's got some he's got this hydraulic shit that lifts his bed, and it's a stairwell that goes under his house.
Nobody knows where this one's at.
But
Yeah.
as I was
All
fixing
mine.
to say, so for those that do care, Nermal went in to have his first doctor's visit today.
Yeah.
Oh.
And aside from having some flea dander, because he had fleas when I got him,
Right.
and some gunk in his ears, he has a clean bill of health.
Awesome.
Oh.
It's good to hear, Cass. I'm glad our boy Nermal's good to go.
So, and the vet was very appreciative of me taking him in. It's like, there's so many of these cats on the streets. And for him to just come up to you like you say he did, just...
He chose you.
Yeah, he did all right.
That's the best way.
I think he's mad at me. I think he's mad at me right now because he hasn't come around. Because I had to have him draw blood to check for feline leukemia and feline AIDS.
Oh yeah,
I've got a Garfield, man. I don't want my Garfield to die too because the other one had AIDS, leukemia. So
yeah, he'll be upset with you for a little bit, but he'll eventually come back.
Clean bill of health. They gave him some flea stuff that'll help with the fleas, and if he does have worms, it'll kill the worms. I haven't seen no poop in his worms or worms in his poop, but when the vet tech fucking checked his temperature, something came out with it that looked somewhat like either a tapeworm or a worm. It was dead. It was dead. It was dead. Like, it wasn't moving. So, hopefully, yeah. So, next step.
The good food might have
Killed
made
it.
Made the environment in his gut not tolerable for parasites. Maybe. I don't know.
Could be. I don't know.
I'm glad he's okay.
So the next step is neutered, and apparently the state of Texas mandates that your pets get vaccinated for rabies.
Yeah.
Which they're indoor cats. I don't see the purpose of getting them vaccinated for rabies. But I'll get him his first set of rabies shots. And after that, they can get fucked.
Well, it's a money grab, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what I told Kitten when I was telling her about it. It's like, it's just a money grab. It's just a way to get more money out of me.
And of course, they know how emotional people are with pets and how attached they are. So, oh, you're gonna deny your animal a vet shot?
They were asking me all like if I want to do this and that, and I'm just like, I just need to make sure he's healthy right now. We'll deal with all this later, but right now I just need to make sure he's good.
A wild.
So
Primo living.
Primo,
Enter
yo.
the chat. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, they when I picked up Bingo, because I got him from the Humane Society.
What S up, everybody?
But it would have to be
That's
a
my
Sorrow.
last
horrible,
fucking ex decided to
devastating war.
grenade
Hi,
my
Primo
apartment.
living
Be just a
PC.
local disturbance
Crystal
war
Kid
between
in.
just two
The
nations.
state made
It would have to
basically,
be a world
if I was to adopt
Primo
him,
living
I had
PC.
nation must
they
be
mandated that I had to go
Hey,
and
Dove,
have him
Kitten, and
clipped.
Sorrow.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was one of the first things he says. Like, he needs to be neutered. I was like, yeah, that's the plan eventually. It's just one thing at a time right now. So,
Like, unless they're fucking spraying everywhere, I
Primo
leave them
living
be.
BC.
You know, I'm not gonna sit
Yeah.
there and chop it off
Hey,
just
Chaos
because.
Brother.
you see, that was one of the initial reasons why we got Garfield neutered as soon as his
General
nuts
Sorrow
dropped. I didn't even want to risk him
said,
spraying.
Is it safe now? General Sorrow said.
And it's the same way with Normal, because, you know, I'm aware I have 2 cats now, so their stank is going to be more formidable.
They're staying.
But it smelt like that stank was in a place it shouldn't be. So, and I know him being a male cat and Garfield being a male cat and cats being
General Sorrow
territorial.
said. Guess not.
Nope. So
Unless Normal is chasing Garfield out of the litter box and Garfield goes and pees somewhere else.
Sir Yeetus.
I doubt that, but
said,
I need to get this video playing
Bro, I got
again.
hyped for a expensive knife set my cousin got me. I'm getting old, lol.
There you go,
touched
nice.
by the horrors and devastation of such a war.
Yeah, you are.
Cry
Well,
for
you're a
peace
skeleton,
must
bro.
be made
I mean,
universal.
you're as old as
Actually,
old
that
can
was the
be.
format set by the Illuminati and Nathan
You're not older than
Rothschild
dirt yet,
at the
but
turn of the
He's
19th century. They
Skeletor's
first maneuvered
off-brand
all Europe
cousin.
into the Napoleonic Wars. Then the Congress in Vienna,
Yeah,
which
Skeletor's
they,
his
and
homie.
particularly Rothschild, planned to transform.
Oh
a
my
nation,
god.
Which was to have
And
been the
Edith
housing
got
for
dead
their one
because
world
he was the
government.
one before Manic
Exactly
to
as the
go
present
through the
United
snow cows.
Nations was set up
So
to
he
be
died
the
as a
housing
result
for
of the
the
snow cow.
forthcoming, God
No, it's
forbid,
Manic's job.
one
I'm
world
I'm
government.
gonna tell you another way.
Messing with them gothic
That
snow
was the
bunnies.
format the House of Rothschild
Yeah.
and
I'm
Jacob
gonna tell you another way.
No.
decided to employ to achieve their objective in
How
1914.
rude.
Of course,
Oh,
they
I got
knew
the- I got the
that
button for
same
that.
format had failed
How
in
dare you, Sir
1814.
Yeetus.
But
When
they
your
theorized
grocery store
that friends
swaps
only
up
because the
the
Tsar of Russia had torpedoed
configuration of the aisles,
Well, the present 1914
that's one way you
conspirators would eliminate
you
that
get mad about it.
1814
You
fly
get
in
mad
the
about it
ointment.
because you got to
They
That
routine
started a long
that
time
after
ago
the
for
New
me.
World War, they were
Go in
conspiring
there and look at
Off-brand
the-
cousin, how
Russia
rude.
around to throw monkey wrenches into the machinery. I won't
Yeah,
go
man, like,
into how they
I don't know about you, but
accomplished
when I
this
go in
first
there,
step
I want to
launching
get what I'm
World
going to
War.
get and get the fuck out, and I don't want to spend any more time in that motherfucker than I have to.
Yep.
By a trivial incident
That's anywhere I go. Shit.
When
they move it, it's like, God damn it, where the fuck is it now?
When you're in
Someone Illuminati sounds familiar in
when
this
you're
stream
talking to
besides
your
chaos.
cousins or
It involves
younger
Germany,
people,
Austria-Hungary,
and they
their
ask you what the
allies,
hell a
so-called
VCR or
the Axis
VHS
powers
tape is.
against France, Britain, and Russia.
Oh
all
yeah.
the allies.
Well, I've got MGTOW Outlaw and Riggs Jr. in here with me.
By 1917,
I've also got Jackal Hunter,
conspirators had achieved their primary
and then there's
goal.
Kitten, but
All of Europe was in a state of
she doesn't.
destitution.
She just does video game
All the
content.
peoples were war weary and crying
Ah.
for
And I
peace.
just piss off
The
Simpson
outcome, too,
Chick
was all
Channel.
set.
And Riggs just farts in our general direction.
Would be hurled in
Yep.
on the side of the Allies. And that was
That's
all
why
set
all
to
the
happen
flowers in my garden are
immediately
dying.
after
Grant.
Wilson's re-election.
Entered the
Oh,
chat.
That was
yo.
fucking-
The only one
I don't know if
outcome.
anybody else was
Grant.
there,
Complete
but
victory for the
Said.
Allies.
fuck it.
07
fully
hello
confirm
Chronic
everyone.
was
my
over on
statement that
was
long
Sir, he
before
Exiled Lioness
1917,
channel.
Said.
the conspiracy
He and a
Hello,
couple
hello.
other
That
guys
makes
were in there.
sense now, LOL.
Not
Had
doing
it
a little
all
bit of
set
light
to hurl the
trolling, not
United
really
States
going
into
too
that
crazy,
war.
and then we started
I
getting
guess.
timed
Cite the
out.
proof. When Wilson was
Yeah,
campaigning
yeah,
for
you remember,
re-election in
Yeetus, you were on
1916, his
True
chief
Blood
appeal
stream
was,
that time, and we were all
"Re-elect the man
talking
who will
about
keep
something. I
your
can't
sons
remember
out
what
of the
it was,
wars." But during that
Yeah,
same
we were all in
campaign,
there.
the
Me and
Republican
Frost
Party
were up in there.
publicly charged
And then
that Wilson
one
had
of
long
her simps
committed
started
himself
fucking
to
timing
throw
us
us
out,
into
so
the
we
war.
fucking just basically
charged
laser
that he
focused
would
our
be
trolling on
defeated.
him
He
and
would
turned
accomplish
it.
that
Enter
act
the
during
chat.
his few
Welcome to
remaining
the
months
stream.
in office.
Oh yo.
He would hold off until
No,
after
he
the
sent
re-election
Chronic a
to say,
fucking
oh, I
nasty
don't know.
email.
The American people looked upon Wilson as a god.
Oh,
Who did?
Well,
baby.
Wilson
This
was
this fucking
re-elected,
crybaby simp
and
sent
as per
fucking
the schedule of the conspirators,
Chronic a
would hurl
nasty
us into
email
the war in
for
1917.
what
He
me and
used the
fucking
sinking
Frost
of the
were doing up in there.
Lusitania as an excuse. A sinking which also was
And we were still playing within
also
YouTube
a
guidelines. We
gunman
weren't
in the eyes
exactly,
of the American
going,
people.
full tilt.
Followed the same technique in
What are you pissing
1940
people off, Riggs?
when he used the prearranged
I bet.
Pearl
I was
Harbor
mainly
attack
trolling
as
just
his
the
excuse
the fellow
Very
Brutus,
for
but
World War II.
and then he started fucking timing us out or fucking crying like a bitch. And it's
Victory
like,
for the
oh,
Allies
really?
would eliminate
And I
So we just
guarantee
focused on
you-
him and then fucking started trolling his
and
ass.
leave all their people
I guarantee-
confused, bewildered, and
I
perfectly
guarantee you,
I gotta
all
pause
Chronic
this
did
again.
was
one
laugh
world
about it.
government, the great
Oh yeah, yeah. If you go on Chronic's channel, he's got. I think it's not this last stream, but I think the
Garrett
stream
Grant
before,
Said.
where it was the first
Pistol
segment
Kitten
he did.
07 Hi Kitten.
But just trolling people?
Yeah, I wasn't even going that fucking hardcore. Like I wasn't even going full munging. Like
Full munging.
God,
I wa-
I hate that word.
I was being tame, and then fucking the simp got all fucking ass hurt. I'm like, damn.
That is hilarious.
Oh, dude,
See,
it was
I
fucking
would do
cold.
the same shit, but that would require effort, and effort would kind of depict that I care enough about their existence, which I don't.
Oh, it was more or less
Don't.
comedy on my end. I was fucking having fun.
Bingus.
Well, yeah,
Said.
you guys have the
07
at least the
Garrett
tolerance enough to go in there and at least have some fun by pissing people off. Me,
Yep.
I'll just say, man,
Well, I
go
got
kill
bored with
yourself,
it.
and then yeah, I'd just say go kill yourself and then just leave.
Yeah, we toyed with them for a little while, and then after Chronic left, a lot of the Brutas left, and it just got fucking boring as fuck in there, like it does on any other, typically chick channel. And
Boring.
we just fucking laughed. It's like I'm bored.
Imagine writing a letter to Chronic and thinking that he cares.
Yeah.
Bingus.
I still want to do a gaming stream with him, goddammit,
07 Garrett
and pick his
Grant.
brain.
He should have go ahead and just addressed that email to his ass, because that's where it's going, because it's definitely not going to go to
Just-
Chronic.
Let me
Well,
just
he-
wipe my ass
He
with this
he
stupid
addressed
letter.
it.
Print it
but,
out and used it to wipe my ass.
I
I
guess
mean, look,
the lady came into the channel and was like, "What'd you do?"
General Sorrow. Said.
I mean,
Wipe
look,
your ass
Hi, Bingus
with
Dingus.
the email.
people should have realized by now there is no reasoning with these folks at all.
Nope.
No,
There is.
there's no logic
You're not
there. Either.
going, I'm not going to.
Yeah,
The
there is no
time for
point to
talk is over.
reasoning. Yeah, the time for talk is over. Now it's time for us to point and laugh, and if certain people decide to do an impromptu bungee jump with a regular rope as a result of their weakness to the pointing and laughing, then
Some chiropractic
cares?
at the end of a rope.
yeah, extreme chiropractic, but I just like to call it, bungee jumping with a rope.
Or specialized
Bungee
haircut.
jumping without a bungee. No, bungee jumping with a bungee around your neck.
Well, that would still be bad, but I don't think that would be as good as if.
Well, technically, bungee jumping consists of the bungee being wrapped around your leg, your ankles. Call it reverse bungee jumping. Instead of your feet, it's wrapped around your neck.
Upside down bungee jumping.
Yeah, that rope's
And there's
gonna
no
come up by
recoil.
itself.
Yeah, there's no recoil. It's just, hey,
Snap.
There's a slight recoil because it's rope. It's gonna get taut and then kind of
General
snap
Sorrow
back up a little bit.
said,
yeah.
"One TV
So it's
doing
more of
it
a
either way."
than it is.
You'll hear him
You
go.
have to be careful though, because it might actually pop your head off.
Oh, it will.
Exactly, because all that sudden constriction around your neck, yeah, it might just snap your head clean off.
Well, it's just like, if you remember, Pop was talking about how there was a couple of guys that got hung in Iraq or Afghanistan where they got the distance wrong, and dude's head came off.
Oof.
I think he's addressed it in a few streams where, yeah, he's like, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, they got the distance wrong, or the drop was too far, and
They ended up
dude's head came off, and it was
smacking
pretty
the
fucking
ground.
gross.
General Sorrow.
Decapitations are generally fairly gross.
That would smart.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Especially if the body explodes immediately after decapitation.
Generally, what'll happen is this will pop off. You might see the spine come out with it.
You'll see shit rocketing out of the ass.
Quite possibly.
Because your body basically purges itself once the pilot ejects, if you know what I mean.
I just saw a video last night of the plane taking off from, I think it's Afghanistan, and a whole bunch of people are sitting on the fucking flaps where the wheels come out.
Oh God.
Dumbasses.
And the plane takes off, and then the music in the
General
background is it's raining
said,
men.
Final shot.
It's like, oh, yeah.
Final shot indeed.
JFK haircut.
Yay! I believe the Illuminati had to do with his untimely demise too, Mr. JFK, because he spoke out against them and actually banned them here in America.
Sir
The
Yeetus
CIA had him
said,
killed.
"Bro, Afghanistan took back their
Yeah,
country.
same
yeah, the
thing they
minute
did
you-
with
Impressive, LOL.
MLK.
Well, it's
Yeah,
just like
they
this,
sent
the
him a
minute you
letter
go against
too.
it.
Well, Martin Lucifer King was also a Illuminati shill that, you know, they did away with him once he served his purpose. The only Illuminati shill I can't think of would be the broad they used to make abortion somewhat legal here in America, because she ended up having her kid in the end. She didn't get the abortion. They just used her as
What
the
was her name?
as the-
Margaret Sanger.
well, Margaret
I think?
Sanger was the founder of Planned Parenthood. The woman they used though was just your typical woman that they basically used as their, because she in the beginning she didn't want to have the kid because it was going to take stop her from her career and all that stuff that
What career? Tell me,
whatever the
what
fuck she
career
was
was
doing.
it?
I don't fucking know.
Said,
Glory hole
General
attendant?
Gaddafi,
I don't think
dictator
that's
of Libya,
a
was
profession that
definitely
requires
silenced
you
since he
to not
proposed
have a
moving away
child.
from the American dollar, creating their own
From
valuable
all
currency,
the
gold
documentaries
coins.
that I've seen out there on JFK, they had, I think it was the mafia.
Hmm?
I think they hired the mafia to come in
Yeah, they
since
did.
the mafia were off the books. you couldn't trace the mafia because they don't keep anything on the books that can be traceable. So I think they had the mafia hired to take him out.
The mafia was one of those one of the powerhouses back then. They were the ones that made the sports and all that shit happen.
And then
Yeah, see, that's why you run away from those people.
And then Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy that
Lee Harvey Oswald's the guy that killed JFK.
Yeah, the guy that was in the building that claimed to have shot him. Is that him? I'm trying to remember.
Lee Harvey Oswald!
Yeah.
The guy that... Part of the story that I've seen, there was a guy in one of the buildings that shot him.
The worst words you can hear as a citizen, especially an American citizen, is "I am the government and I'm here to help."
The official story they tell us is that Lee Harvey Oswald was in the grassy knoll and he shot from behind that bush, but documentaries that I've seen, they claim that there was another shooter from up in one of those buildings.
They claim there were like they claim there was more than one shooter. The spots they claim, one was the grassy knoll, one was up in a building, and the other one was in a sewer it was in a gutter drain.
Right.
Because because he had more than one.
Hi, Sir Yeetus. Sir
Yeetus. They call it a magic bullet, but because he had more than one.
The CI was directly involved.
Oh yeah. They allowed the mafia to fucking do what they did. They needed the mafia. It's like they need these gangs.
Said. Later I'll have a good one.
Take it easy, Sorrow.
Yeah, the CIA was the people that did it.
General Sorrow.
Said. And then...
Peace out.
What was it? Lyndon Johnson and George H.W. Bush had something going on to try to get him elected president.
Father Saunders
George H.W. Bush was involved in all that.
Good to see ya, General.
I don't remember exactly how.
Oh, they knew he was going to be a president eventually. So they needed to lay the groundwork for him to make it easier.
Yeah. Because if you go back and you study the angle from which the bullets hit his head in that car, there's no way the trajectory from the grassy knoll, it came from that direction. So there had to be another shooter somewhere else that hit him. Because I think from what I remember reading or seeing, the guy in the grassy knoll missed. And then another shot rang out that come from somewhere else. And that's the one that got him.
Father Saunders.
I have to go back and find that documentary
Primo
though,
living
because
BC
YouTube
Douglas
scrubbed all
Edwards,
that.
good to see you. A wild. Eric Zombrow.
Oh yo, what's up, Easy?
Chat. Welcome to the stream. Eric
Oh,
Zombrow
Easy.
said. Chaos howdy, sir. Sir Yeetus said. Remember, gentlemen, your wife is technically the only one who isn't related to you, so she doesn't feel obligated to stick with you through tough times. Crystal Kidden.
Not anymore, at least. That used to not be what was taught, I guess, to be the right word.
Grant, good to see you. Eric Zombrow.
Oh, pervert.
Said, hey, Kidden.
Father Saunders.
Father Saunders said. Bingus
Weirdo. Fucking weirdo.
Eric Zombrow said. Saunders. Father Saunders said. Eric Zombrow, good to see you, sir.
Oh shit, it fucked me up. Alright, I'm about to get this video playing again. I really need to finish it. I'm actually past where I was before I quit watching it this morning.
JR said. Easy 07. Sir,
Are you not playing?
Oh, I had to stop. Oh no, I'm playing Turtles. I had to stop because everybody started talking. So, and I can't you can't hear the video over all the talking, so I had to stop the video so everybody could talk.
That had balked the Illuminati and
Saunders
Rothschild at that Congress
said,
in Vienna peace
I farted
gathering
towards Riggs.
after the Napoleonic Wars. Russia would be on the winning
Get on
side
there,
this
Yeetus.
time, as it was in 1814. Therefore, the Tsar would be securely on his throne. Here it is pertinent to note that Russia, under the Tsarist regime, had been the one country in which the Illuminati had never made any headway, nor had the Rothschilds ever been able to infiltrate their banking interests. Thus, a winning Tsar would be more difficult than ever to cope with. Even if he could be inserted into the so-called League of Nations,
take it easy, Riggs.
it was a foregone conclusion that he would never, but never go for a one-world government. So even before the outbreak of World War I, the conspirators had a plan.
Imagine not washing and getting gangrene on your
Nathan Rothschild's vow of 1814 to destroy the Tsar and also murder all possible royal heirs to the throne.
Okay, where is that?
And it would have to be done before the close of the war.
Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked with lasers. This is great.
This particular plot. From the turn of the century, the chiefs of the Bolsheviki were Nikolai Lenin, Leon Trotsky, and later Joseph Stalin. Of course, those were not their true family names.
Nope.
Prior to the outbreak of the war, Lenin headquartered in Paris.
Plasma
After
to the
outbreak,
face.
Switzerland became his haven. Trotsky's headquarters were on the Lower East Side in New York, largely the habitat of Russian Jewish refugees. Both Lenin and Trotsky were
stop
similarly
spawning there, but the game says, no, this area is safe to spawn. You'll be fine. No, I won't, especially not when my character takes a solid 2 seconds to ready himself before he fires Mark 14.
Yet both always had plenty of money.
Dumbass.
All those mysteries were solved in 1917. Right from the outset of the war, strange and mysterious goings-on were taking place in New York.
Complete dumb
Night
fucks.
after night, Trotsky darted furtively in and out of Jacob Schiff's palatial mansion. And in the dead of those same nights, there were gatherings of hoodlums of New York's Lower East Side, all of them Russian refugees.
Fucker! How long does it take for you to get a grenade ready and
were
throw
going
it?
through some mysterious
It should
sort
take
of
you no
training
more than
process.
2 seconds.
But it was all shrouded in mystery.
What the fuck is wrong with
Nobody
you?
talked.
How much did you get
Although
her
it did leak out that Schiff was financing all of Trotsky's activities.
fucking retards.
Then suddenly Trotsky vanished.
Oh.
So did approximately 300 of his trained hoodlums. Actually, they were on the high seas in a Schiff chartered ship, bound for a rendezvous with Lenin and his gang in Switzerland. And on that ship was $20 million in gold. The $20 million Schiff provided to finance the Bolsheviki takeover of Russia. In anticipation of Trotsky's arrival, Lenin prepared to throw a party in his Switzerland hideaway. Men of the very highest places in the world were to be guests at that party. Among them were the mysterious Colonel Edward Mandel House, Woodrow Wilson's mentor and palsy Walsey, and more important, Schiff's special and confidential
Father
message.
Saunders 07, good to see you
Another
too.
of the expectant guests was Warburg of the Warburg banking clan in Germany, who were financing the Kaiser, and whom the Kaiser had rewarded by making him chief of the secret police of Germany. In addition, there were the Rothschilds of London and Paris, also Litvinov, Kaganovich, Stalin, who was then head of a train and bank-robbing gang of bandits. He was known as the Jesse James of the Urals. And here I must remind that England and France were then long in war with Germany, and that on February 3, 1917, Wilson had broken off all diplomatic relations with Germany. Therefore, Warburg, Colonel House, the Rothschild, and all those others were enemies. But of course, Switzerland was neutral ground where enemies could meet and be friends, especially if they had some scheme in common. That Lenin party was very nearly wrecked by an unforeseen incident. The Schiff-chartered ship on its way to Switzerland was intercepted and taken into custody by a British warship. But Schiff quickly rushed orders to Wilson to order the British to release the ship intact with the Trotsky hoodlums and the gold. Wilson obeyed. He warned the British that if they refused to release the ship, the United States would not
General
enter the
Sorrow
war in
07.
April, as he had faithfully promised a year earlier. The British heeded the warning, Trotsky arrived in Switzerland, and the Lenin party went off as scheduled. But they still faced what ordinarily would have been the insurmountable obstacle of getting the Lenin-Trotsky band of terrorists across the border into Russia. Well, that's where Brother Warburg, chief of the German secret police, came in. He loaded all those thugs into sealed freight cars and made all the necessary arrangement for their secret entry into Russia. The rest is history. The revolution in Russia took place, and all members of the Royal Romanov family were murdered. Now, my chief objective is to establish beyond even a remote doubt that communism, so-called, is an integral part of the Illuminati's great conspiracy for the enslavement of the entire world. That communism, so-called, is merely their weapon and boogeyman word to terrify the peoples of the whole world, and that the conquest of Russia and the creation of communism was in great part organized by Schiff and the other international bankers right in our own city of New York. A fantastic story? Yes. Some might even refuse to believe it. Well, for the benefit of any doubting Thomas, I will prove it by reminding that just a few years ago, Charlie Knickerbocker, a Hearst newspaper columnist, published an interview with John Schiff, grandson of Jacob, in which young Schiff confirmed the entire story and named the figure old Jacob contributed, $20 million. If anybody still has even a remote doubt that the entire menace of communism was created by the masterminds of the great conspiracy right in our own city of New York, I will cite the following historical fact. All records show that when Lenin and Trotsky engineered the capture of Russia, they operated as heads of the Bolsheviki party. Now, Bolshevism is a purely Russian word. The masterminds realized that Bolshevism could never be sold as an ideology to any but the Russian people. So in April 1918, Jacob Schiff dispatched Colonel House to Moscow with orders to Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin to change the name of their regime to the Communist Party and to adopt the Karl Marx Manifesto as the constitution of the Communist Party. Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin obeyed. And that year of 1918 was when the Communist
He went to go wash his balls.
Came into being. All this is confirmed in Webster's Collegiate Dictionary.
Well, at least she's dead.
Oh, man.
In short,
Fuck you,
communism
bitch.
was created by the capitalists. Thus, until November 11, 1918, the entire fiendish plan of the conspirators worked perfectly.
Battle's
All the
intense. I
great
should have
nations,
recorded.
including the
This is
United
insane.
States, were war-weary, devastated, mourning their dead. Peace was the great universal desire. Thus, when it was proposed by Wilson to set up a League of Nations to ensure peace,
No, Saunders, take that
all
fart
the
back.
great nations, with no Russian czar to stand in their way, jumped on that bandwagon without even stopping to read the fine print in that insurance policy. That is all but one, the United States, the very one that Schiff and his co-conspirators least expected would balk. And that was their one fatal mistake.
Damn it, and there's
in that
nobody
early
else
plan.
left but me.
You see, when Schiff planted Woodrow Wilson in the White House, the conspirators assumed that they had the United States in the proverbial bag.
Bitch, how did you take
Wilson had
so
been
much
perfectly
5.56
built up
to the chest
as
and
a
get up?
Great humanitarian. He
What the
supposedly
fuck?
became established as a god-man with the American people.
Yeah.
There was every reason for
Garage
the
wonder the
Rage
Empire
to
made so
believe
many
said
of these
that he would
things. They're
easily
durable.
smuggle Congress into buying the League of Nations sight unseen. Exactly as the Congress of 1945 bought the United Nations sight unseen.
Almost
There
knocked
was
my...
one man in the Senate
Where'd
in
the lighter go?
1918 who saw through that scheme just as the Russian Tsar did in 1814.
So
He was a man of great political stature,
my fuck.
almost as
Ah,
great
there
as
it
that of Teddy Roosevelt, and fully as astute. He was highly respected and trusted by all members of
We
both
lost
houses
again.
of Congress and
Damn.
by the American people. The name of that great and patriotic American was Henry Cabot Lodge, Not the phony of today who called himself Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. until he was exposed.
They're just absolute
Lodge
beasts.
completely
They keep
unmasked
getting
Wilson
up
and
no
kept
matter
the
how
United
much I
States out of the
shoot
League
them.
of Nations.
What the
Here it
fuck are
becomes
they
of great
made of?
interest to know the real
Titanium?
reason for the Wilson League of Nations flop. As I previously
Probably
stated,
the mod
ship
you're
was
using.
sent to the United States to carry out four specific assignments.
Well, I know that
Number
when it
one
comes
and
down
most
to mods,
important
that
was to
means
acquire
that the
complete control of the US
efficacy
money
of
system.
weapons
Number
is
two,
going to vary because
as
each
outlined
mod
in the
maker is going to
original
set the
Weishaupt
damage per
Illuminati
round
blueprint,
differently
to find the
than
right kind
other
of
mod
men
makers.
to serve as
Mhm.
stooges for the great conspiracy.
That's not
and
supposed to
promote them
apply
into the highest
to
offices
character
in our federal
skins.
government,
They're
our
just supposed to be
Congress,
skins.
our US
It's just
Supreme Court,
aesthetic.
and all federal
It's not supposed to
agencies,
slap
such as the
on
State
extra
Department,
health.
the Pentagon, the Treasury Department,
Because
etc.
if they're doing that, first of all, that's
Number
impressive.
three,
And
destroy the
secondly,
unity of the American
it's a little
people by
unfair. So
creating
you're going to have to
minority
put that
group
in the
strife
description
throughout
of the
nation,
mod so people know.
especially between the whites
Do they, though?
as outlined in Israel Cohen's book.
Because life itself isn't
Number
fair.
Create a
I mean, you're
movement
not
to destroy
wrong,
religion in
and
the United States,
we're talking
with
about people
Christianity
over
to
the
be
internet
chief
that
target or victim.
make video games.
Yeah.
In
Do you
addition,
think
he was
logic and
strongly
reason is in
reminded
their
of the
head?
imperative
I highly
directive
doubt it.
Of course
the
not.
Illuminati blueprint to achieve
Hence why you're
control
struggling
of
putting
all
those things
mass
down now.
communications media, to be used to brainwash the people into believing and accepting all of the maneuverings of the great conspiracy.
Oh, I hate
Schiff
people.
was warned that only control of the press, at that time our only mass communications media, would enable him to
great.
destroy the unity of the American people. Now then, Schiff and his co-conspirators did set up the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of the Colored People, in 1909. And in 1913, he set up the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai B'rith. Both were to create the necessary strife. But in the early years, the ADL operated very timidly, perhaps for fear of a pogrom-like action by an aroused and enraged American people. And the NAACP was practically dormant because its white leadership didn't realize that they would have to develop firebrand Negro leaders, such as Martin Lucifer King, for one, to spark the then completely satisfied and contented mass of Negroes. In addition, he, Schiff, was busy developing and infiltrating the stooges to serve in all high places in our Washington government, and in the job of acquiring control of our money system and the creation of the 16th Amendment. He also was very busy with the organizing of the plot for the takeover of Russia. In short, he was kept so busy with all those jobs that he completely overlooked the supreme job of acquiring complete control of our mass communications media. That oversight was the direct cause for Wilson's failure to lure the United States into the League of Nations.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Because when
Hey, what's
Wilson
up, Doug? How you
decided to
doing?
Go to the people.
Ah, pretty
to
good.
overcome the opposition of
Just
the
getting my
lodge-controlled
ass
Senate.
kicked.
Despite his established but phony reputation as a great humanitarian, he found
Is that
himself
Ninja
faced
Turtles?
by a solidly
Yes, sir.
united people
Cool.
and by a loyal press whose only ideology was Americanism and the American way of life. At that time, due to the ineptness and ineffectiveness of both the ADL and the NAACP, there were no organized minority
Yeah, I
groups,
just been out pounding
no
pavement.
Negro problems, no so-called anti-Semitic problem to sway the people's thinking. There were no lefts, there were no rights, no prejudices for crafty exploitation. Thus, Wilson's League of Nations appeals fell on deaf ears. That was the end of Woodrow Wilson.
Fixing to start up some dailies here. I can't get them all done.
He quickly abandoned his crusade and returned to Washington, where he shortly died an imbecile brought on by syphilis. And that was the end of the League of Nations as a corridor into one world government. Of course, that debacle was a terrible disappointment to the masterminds of the Illuminati conspiracy. But they were not discouraged.
Oh.
As I have previously stressed, this enemy never quits. They simply decided to reorganize and try from scratch again. By this time, Schiff was very old and slow. He knew it. He knew that the conspiracy needed a new, younger, and more active generalship. So, on his orders, Colonel House and
Yedis,
Bernard Baruch
said,
organized and set
Woodrow
up
Wilson
what they
was not a
called
good
the
president.
Council on Foreign Relations, the new name under which the Illuminati would continue
Jackal,
to function
kitten,
in the
how you
United
doing?
States. The hierarchy, officers
Get
and
my
directors
ass
of the
kicked, but
CFR
I'm okay.
is
in
composed
real life.
principally of descendants of the original Illuminati, many of whom had abandoned their old family names and acquired new Americanized names. For one example,
I will
Dillon,
figure it
who was
out.
Secretary of Treasury of the United States, whose original name
Sir
was
Edith.
Talk about some bastards
Another
from
example
hell.
is
The League of Nations
That's
is
these
head of the
trash.
CBS TV channel.
Mm.
Also, it doesn't help that they have air support, but we don't. That's kind of aggravating me.
Whose true name is
They're
Polinsky.
gonna rain down
Membership
hell
of
on
the
our
CFR
asses, and
is
we don't have anything to
approximately
fire
1,000
back
in
up at
number,
them.
and contains the heads of virtually every industrial empire in America, such as Blau, president of the U.S. Steel
What are you
Corporation,
playing, Jackal?
Rockefeller, king of the oil
I'm
industry,
playing
Henry Ford
Ravenfield,
II,
and this is possibly one of the most
and of course,
difficult
all the
battles
international
I think
bankers,
I've ever participated in.
also the heads of the tax-free foundations, are officers and or active CFR
Are you on
agents. In
PlayStation 2
short,
or are you on
all the men
a
who provide the
PC?
money and the influence to elect
I'm
the
on a
CFR
PC.
chosen presidents of the
Okay.
United States, congressmen, senators, and who decide the appointments of our various secretaries of state, of
Sir
the treasury,
Edith.
of every
He
important
said,
federal agency,
NATO
are
ISNT much
members
better,
of the
but it's an
CFR,
improvement from League
and
of
very
Nations.
obedient members indeed. Now, just to cement that fact, I will mention the names of a few of the United States presidents who were members of the CFR.
Shittery.
Franklin Roosevelt,
Got
Herbert
a
Hoover,
giant fucking
Dwight
neck
D.
and
Eisenhower,
barely have enough
Jack
AP to
Kennedy.
take that out.
Others who were considered for the presidency are Thomas E. Dewey, Adlai Stevenson, Nixon, and Vice President of a CFR subsidiary, Barry Goldwater. Among the important cabinet members of the various administrations, we have John Foster Dulles, Allen Dulles, Cordell Hull, John J. McCloy,
I didn't realize how nice it was being back. I'm not really in the country,
Rusk,
but the older I get, the less I
and just
want
to
to be around
emphasize the red
large
color of the
populations of
CFR,
people.
we have as members such men as Alger Hiss, Ralph Bunch, Pasvolsky, Harry Dexter White, real name Weiss, Owen Lattimore, Philip Jackson, etc., etc. Simultaneously, they were flooding thousands of homosexuals and other blackmailable characters into all the federal agencies from the White House down. Remember Johnson's great friend Jenkins and Bobby Baker?
I never
Now,
thought
there
I'd
were many
see
jobs the
marijuana
new
legal
CFR had
in
to
our state,
accomplish.
and yet it
They
is.
required much
It's legal.
You know, it's just a matter of time.
We finally did something right.
So their first job was to set up various subsidiaries to whom they assigned special objectives. I can't name
Okay,
all
so I'm gonna record a
subsidiaries in this
battle. I'm
recording.
gonna be silent here for the next few minutes.
Okay.
The following are a few. The Foreign Policy Association, FPA, the World Affairs Council, WAC, the Business Advisory Council, BAC, the notorious ADA,
That book
Americans for
will be
Democratic
there
Action,
Saturday,
virtually headed
Chaos.
by-
Do what?
That book will be at your address on Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. At least that's what the old Amazon told me, so.
Alrighty. I look forward to reading it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's by far one of the best I've ever read. I had a copy of it. I loaned it out to somebody and never got it back. But no, it's cool. There's a lot of good biblical stuff in there.
I need to get my book back from my pastor. I loaned him my a book that's talking about how Freemasonry is trying to like undermine and get rid of Christianity.
Mm. Wow.
Because, you know, at the core of Freemasonry is Luciferianism. You know, past the 3rd degree, it gets into the occult shit.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's interesting. Aleister Crowley's name probably popped up in there somewhere.
no, but his name's been thrown around a lot as part of the, part of one of the people to kind of push agendas.
Mm-hmm.
He was a 33rd degree Freemason. Yep, that is very true.
I think Walt Disney was too.
Mm-hmm. He was. He was also Illuminati. All the influential people. That's why, you know, you don't see actors like Kevin Sorbo or anything like that. He's a great actor. He just didn't align with Hollywood politically. So they blacklisted him.
Yep. Yeah, if you're conservative at all in Hollywood, you probably don't talk about it if
Nope.
you want to stay employed.
Ooh. Ah, corner me, bitch.
But last night I watched The Crucible, and they were on that Whatever podcast.
Oh.
And I just could not believe the degeneracy I was hearing coming from these feminists. I was like, I didn't know it was that bad.
Well, don't you know they equate masculinity to part of gender equality is them being able to go around and LARP around like the 20% of men.
Yeah.
They get to go out and fuck around like the 20% of men, and that's their gender equality.
I know those are the extreme examples, but at the same time, I think that women kind of join forces with one another, and
Well, the sisterhood, bro. The sisterhood.
yeah, the sisterhood. They may even say they're not feminists, but in their head they probably have some feminist ideas.
You just gotta listen to them talk, you know, eventually. Ask them what patriarchy is.
Yeah.
That's the start. And then bring up capitalism too, because most feminists hate capitalism.
This one chick on there was like, I don't care if I do have a kid.
Sir
I'll
Yidis
still
said,
get rid of the father.
Bro,
We don't
matter
need
if she
fathers.
is traditional or
I
not,
was
if
like,
she votes,
wow.
she is a
That's because the
feminist.
narrative that was pushed, you know, the father's not necessary. And you got the mother and the state to take care, and everybody else to take care of the child. But they didn't take into account, you know, grandparents aren't always going to be there, aunts and uncles aren't always going to be there. So that's why they brought in the daycare. But how are you going to afford a daycare if you ain't working, you know? You're a stay-home mom. That's where alimony and child support come in. And then she doesn't necessarily have to work, but if she wants that extra stuff and to maintain that bougie fucking worthless lifestyle,
Sir Yidis
then she's going to have to get a job.
said, I don't even trust traditional women. They never call out the sisterhood when it comes
The
to
problem
mistreatment
over
of
there
men.
with the
Silence
Crucible
compliance.
is, and I like it, but they still push for men to get married, and but then they'll go on this Whatever podcast and find out how majority of women think nowadays, and then they still want to sell marriage to men. I don't get that.
Well, yeah, because marriage is a good thing for families, but when you have the other half that just doesn't want anything to do with family,
Yeah.
they just
Except
want
for
they want the title without the responsibility.
That's right.
They want to be moms. They want to be moms so they could be MILFs
Yep.
and shit like that. They don't want to be
Yeah, 'cause
moms just for being moms.
Sir
You know, we
Yidis
got people out here,
said,
eugenicists,
let me reiterate, silence is compliance. A quiet feminist is
trying
still a
to
feminist.
create the perfect child or cutest child. So they started a trend of white women and black dudes getting together and making babies. To try and create the cutest black kid or mixed kid.
Yeah.
It's dumb shit like that too. It's like, really?
You think
It doesn't matter if the father's. You'd think they'd be vetting the father to make sure he's gonna be a father and not some fuckboy that's just there temporarily for a good time until something better comes along.
Sir Yeetus
But
said,
boy howdy.
women getting with black dudes have been happening for a while, bro. Let us keep it real, lol.
Oh, I know. It's been happening for a while now. Right?
Sir
It is what it is.
said,
Well, a
"It's
lot of
just
it
when
was.
women get caught, they say it ISNT
You think you'd
consensual."
want to?
It was more of a.
Keep your family together, not tear it apart.
Well, you know, anti-family. That's part of communism.
This chick had already predetermined that she was going to be a single mom. That's if she even had kids. She's like, I don't need the husband. I just need the seed. You know, I don't need him around.
So if that's the case, they need to get rid of those egg places that harvest eggs and semen.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Child rearing should be done through natural causes. It shouldn't be this whole having a surrogate. That kid isn't sharing somebody's DNA.
Said, women are women, bro. They go off on how they feel. White women will go after a hung dude.
But not all brothers is hung. I should know. I saw it in boot camp.
Sir Yeetus.
Oh, and by the way, guys, go out and get married. I'm like, no, you just gave me all the stats as to why I shouldn't, and now you want me to do it anyway? No way.
They try and say you can't help who you're attracted to. And I don't know, man. I'm pretty in control of what I'm attracted to and who I'm attracted to.
A wild.
So, you know, that just sounds like an excuse to dodge accountability for potentially choosing a shitty person.
Sir Yeetus said, non-consensual fun time is their get out of jail free card to avoid being called a Jezebel.
That's what they've
There's
been
no
doing.
sense of duty. That's what they brought up too.
Yeah,
like,
no, there's no sense of duty anymore.
It's all entitlement.
It was
That's
all
anybody cares about.
God, family, and country. And now it's money, material, superficial.
Yeah. And they're like, well, you know, the thing they're going to miss is the fact that they're going to get older and they're going to have wasted all of their young years pursuing all this feminist crap.
It's not just all that. These elective surgeries that they're getting and shit, that shit, they have to keep doing that. Otherwise, because the body naturally does its thing. So they have to keep injecting these chemicals in them to try and maintain a fake version of beauty.
Sir Yeetus.
Because, you know, they got to make themselves as fake as they are on the outside as they are on the inside.
Yeah.
And then the welfare state came in, and then the black woman traded in the black man, the good black man, for, you know, the bag and the streets and a taxpayer-funded check.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
Yeah, because it used
Sisters,
to not be
was it really worth it? Any sisters that come through, was it really worth it getting on that government dick and getting rid of good men for that taxpayer-funded handout and Pookie and Ray Ray? I guess getting their backs blown out was more important than than, you know, maintaining the family.
Sir Yeetus.
God damn.
Said,
Oh, yeah, it did.
The hip-hop culture says that black women really think
I'll never
it's worth
forget
it.
witnessing my
Oh.
very first divorce party. They were.
I can't wait to throw mine.
I'm not ever going down that path.
The hip-hop culture fucking ruined the black community. You had fucking people like Ice-T out there singing "Fuck the Police," and you had Milli Vanilli out there with their fucking. Oh man, it's amazing how music can alter one's perception. You throw in movies and shit that give false depictions of reality, and people start acting that out in real life, because they think it's normal, because they're under the impression that movies do predict reality. And to a degree, yes, they do, but most of it is a fake depiction of reality because it's fantasy, and they're mystifying you and keeping you distracted while they brainwash you with subliminal messages. Yeah, they don't let their own kids listen to their shit. Bill Gates Bill Gates didn't let his kids fucking
Funny how
use
the hip-hop
any
musicians
of that
themselves
shit.
don't even let their own children listen to their songs.
It's because they know. It's because they know. They're paid. They're paid opposition. Wait, that's probably the wrong word. They're paid to push an agenda.
Sir Yeetus said,
Yeah, Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs didn't he let his kids use iPads?
Bill Gates didn't have any kids, I don't think. Or did he? Did that nerdy fucking Jew piece of shit have kids?
I think he has a daughter.
Oh, god damn it. Because he's
There
part
are
of the...
good
He is...
Jews,
Oh, yeah. Oh, believe me, I know. I know. When I say Jews, I'm just talking about the shitty ones. There's enough shitty ones out there to where I can... Just like with feminists. There's enough shitty feminists out there where I just say women.
Said, Bill Gates
gotcha,
had a daughter,
yeah.
she
I
is fine
understand.
AF,
Yeah.
not gonna lie, lol.
He has 3 kids.
Gates has 3 kids.
Yep.
There you go. And how did I come to the conclusion that Bill Gates was a Jew? That big honker on his fucking face. Sitting there, I was watching a video that was talking about him, and I was like, huh. So I looked it up. I started doing some research. And come to find out, Das Juden. But not the good kind. Not the good kind at all.
Sir Yeetus.
The kind that sold his soul for fucking money, fame, and
how
fortune.
China ISNT drowning their population in TikTok poison him.
Yeah, he's a computer guy.
Yeah,
What
they
does he know?
banned it. They banned, well, they have, their algorithms are different compared to ours. Ours shows propaganda. Theirs shows fucking educational shit and all kinds of other useful learning things. Yee. Damn.
No one can stop me.
Bitch, you know, donkey punch me. Come on, you fuck. Let's get this over with. Wee! 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 Damn it.
Sir Yeetus said, now our next gen believes their S300 gender fall of Rome.
Fall of Rome. Ha! No, we're Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm just waiting to fucking... I'm waiting for the meteors or whatever to come out of the sky and turn everything into pillars of salt. That's what I'm waiting for. Alright. You are cached. This is gonna be fun. And it's a shame we are where we are now, but you could thank the Illuminati.
How the U.S. is going down is similar to Rome.
Oh yeah, to a degree. We are almost pretty much in lockstep with Rome. Just waiting for the Fourth Reich to come in. As if it's not already here. They've laid the groundwork for it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're bringing back eugenics. I mean, they're trying to take it back to Old Testament type shit.
Yeah, I'm ready to. There's another one I want to read by Michael Savage. It's called A Savage Republic. And
it's a good book.
Really got.
It's a good book.
Is it? Oh, have you read? Yeah, I'm ready to get that action.
Sir Yeetus
Have you
said,
read that?
but now it will be on a global scale since we pretty much based everything on globalization economy.
Yeah, that's the next one on my list to get into.
And how do you achieve globalization through multiculturalism? Espousing tolerance and all this crap. But what happens when you let a bunch of intolerant assholes into a country of people who've been conditioned to be pretty tolerant of shit? Nothing good. This is where we're at. Now we got 300 genders. Men could be women and women could be men. Thanks feminism for that one. Y'all did a bang up job of breaking down them cultural norms and social barriers and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Savage says, may Joe Biden roast in hell for what he's done to this country.
It's not our place to judge him to hell. That is for God to do. And
sure.
he will get his.
Oh, yeah.
Oop.
That is true.
All right. I love being a turtle.
That's just another day at the office for those guys. They've been doing this for 51 years, some of them 70 years, you know.
Sir Yeetus
Bernie
said,
Sanders, you know,
funny
scum
how
of
they
the
will
earth
still
like
expect
that.
masculine men to rebuild if Western society does collapse, lol.
I saw something today that so it was this sister that was saying, how are we supposed to find a man when we can't when there ain't none around? I'm just like,
they were looking for you.
What are you talking about? There's tons of men around. Just happens to be the men you're surrounding yourself with are Pookies and Ray Rays.
Once the government is gone, who else does these feminists
They
have?
can have them for all I care. I don't want them. Pookie, Ray Ray, go nuts. You can have them.
I don't want any of that shit.
I'm not here to rescue a 304 after she's spent her best years riding the cock carousel.
Well, she needs to be spending her best years with me riding my cock carousel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it needs to be. But it's not that. It's not that at all.
They wanted to focus on their career.
Well, you know, they gotta have their safety net if their allegedly abusive husband decides to divorce them and leave them.
Financial abuse. Please don't spin me into into debt.
Into poverty.
He abuses me.
He won't let me buy whatever the hell I want.
When I want. Yeah.
Yo, fucking destroy these things!
I just tell them to either go get a job and buy it yourself, or even better, shut up and watch what happens when you don't get it. Will your life get worse?
Destroy these things or I'm kicking you out of the fucking game.
There'll always be simps. So simps will always take care of. and then make excuses for them and all that stuff. Even while they go out and like bang other dudes. It's like...
Sir Edis said, great power men have live a minimalistic lifestyle. Many men will be okay choose not to rebuild. That's the consequence of feminism.
Oh, fuck! Ah, I still got one more phase to go through now. There we go.
My revenge? Impossible.
Fucking A. That was annoying.
What was happening before?
There's a couple jackasses joined up, and one of them wasn't doing their part, and I just disconnected the whole party. Men need women for reproduction, women need men for reproduction and survival. Modern women will change.
Women need men for reproduction, survival. Modern women will change there soon when things get crazy.
Will they though? Or are they so deep in it that...
Sir Edis said, "Tune."
That they won't? I mean, they're already doubling down now with the whole transgenderism thing. I mean, some of them are snapping out of it. They're like, wait a minute. But it's funny, they know what a woman is now. That gender-confused men are using the same tactics that their sisterhood used to force their way into male spaces. So... I consider this karma, you know.
So that is Karai. Ah.
Yeah, it's correct. So this is, I'm enjoying the shit show. It's funny to me, but it's also, I see what it's doing, and that's the part that worries me.
Yeah.
Women don't need us. They don't want us.
My motto is if women don't need us, they don't want us. Once women truly understand this quote, everything will make sense. LOL.
The worst thing that ever happened to them was getting the right to vote. That's probably where it started.
That was part of it, and then bringing in feminism in general. Because it was, I can't remember her name, but it was a French feminist that said women shouldn't be given the choice to, or they should be forced to work, because if given the choice, they will choose to be stay-at-home mothers. So you got to figure a way to propagandize it to where it's a good thing. Or enter the two-income household. Oh, it's double the income. You'll be able to save money, but... I don't know if they took into consideration women's selfish nature.
Right.
When a woman starts getting a check, she thinks, I don't need a man. When a man gets a check, he's like, how can I provide for my family? Unless you get some selfish prick, which that's the 20%, but hey, that's, you know, it is what it is, I guess. They made their bed. They get to lie in it. I'm just going to stand there and watch and laugh.
Sir Edis said,
DJ Ronnie G.
still want to complain about it. It's
as if it was, you know, Ivanka Trump. That's the only way to consider going back.
We gave them stuff to make their lives easier. Dishwashers, washing machines, all that shit. It wasn't good enough.
But also I concur.
They needed more. They wanted more power, more authority, without the responsibility. Oh God, I'm starting from scratch here, huh? Okay.
When they want more, don't give it to them. They want to whine, punch them.
Mondo notion, dude.
You'd be amazed at what pain can teach somebody. You can actually watch the kinetic energy from that punch to their head revitalize some of their neurons in their brain.
I watched.
My great-grandpa would love a corporate job with air conditioning. LOL.
Dude. Oh, he was drafted during World War II. Yeah.
Give em heaven they LL bitch give em hell they LL offer to pay the rent. Sir Yeetus said. Oh,
Yep,
he
we
was
did.
drafted into WW2.
We created all these anemones to make
Seriously, man invented
lives
vacuum cleaners, central
easier.
heating, hot water.
And how do they repay us? By just shitting on us, you know. By associating all men with the 20% of men that do fucked up things. And it's crazy that they use that as the moniker for what masculinity is. Like, granted, yes, at the core of our biology, it's to spread our seed. But through control and discipline, I've never... the urge is there to go out and sow my oats. But knowing the consequences of what will happen if I go out and sow my oats keeps me from doing that. So I would rather just find one chick to just plow all my oats into and build there. But I can't do that because most women are on birth control. They're focused on getting the bag first, getting that money first.
Sir Yeetus said.
When men say, leave me alone,
Even when men
do my
say,
own
leave
thing,
me alone, I'm doing
they're
my
still
own thing.
getting
They're still
followed.
getting shamed for going their own way. LOL.
This didn't start last night.
Yep, we're still getting shamed for it, but what have I got to be ashamed of from walking away from something that doesn't want me?
I have a response.
Or doesn't have a need for me because they're out there LARPing around like a fucking man. So again, how am I going to be able to do the things that need to be done? You know, get a family, kids, raise them to be good, productive citizens.
I have a response for that, Chaos.
Shoot it.
I've got it in the Discord sharing. I think
Without...
I said it so you can hear the audio.
Is it going to get me copywritten?
It shouldn't.
Sir Yeetus.
Wait a minute.
Said.
Review. I don't know
thought
how
all
you
men
can
are
review
violent
it first.
abusers that is only useful for
Yeah.
war die.
That's the propaganda they always pushed. This looks like a swatting.
Yeah. Okay. But it's the music and the dancing that goes with it that is.
Might have
the
to
funny
mute it
part.
because of the music.
Oh damn it! That's the best part. There we go. That's what you do. When they shame you, just dance on them. Like, yeah, do I care? No. Go fuck yourself.
I think it's if DJ Ronnie G said. If it's that SWAT music. DJ Ronnie G said. NVM.
That made my head hurt. But ye who
Sometimes it
cares
makes
less
my head.
wins at the end of the day. I don't care anymore. If I get a kid, I get a kid. If not, if I get
DJ
that,
Ronnie
I
G.
get it. If not, oh fucking well.
I like the meme where they say we got him.
We got him. We got him.
Sir Yeetus said. Gentlemen, if you don't believe me, look it up. Many women don't see you as human. In fact, I plan on making a compilation.
Where is the church?
And that's because you know, feminists have been demonizing men for so long that we're not viewed as human. We're viewed as monsters. We're viewed as fuck sticks. And like fuck, I gotta find it again. Let's see here. It would be in the general chat. Where the fuck? Up here. And it's something I
Is that a picture
posted.
of a very fat cat?
Could have been.
I think I saw it.
I'm playing Risky Business alone right now, just scrolling through my Discord, okay? But I gotta find this shit so I could bring it up. Here we go, right here. These cunts right here. These were the fucking foremothers. These are the ones that helped usher in second wave feminism.
Said, but we are still expected to pay for first dates, save random female strangers, die in war, work to death, etc.
So, these are the founders of the second wave feminist movement. You got your Dworkin, which, and look at one overlying thing. They're all fucking ugly.
Yeah, see, that's the weird thing about a lot of feminists is they
it's these chicks
and
it's these chicks that started the dehumanization of men. I want to see a man beaten to a bloody pulp with a high heel shoved in his mouth like an apple in the mouth of a pig. To call a man an animal is to flatter him. He's a machine, a walking dildo. Dehumanizing language right there. I feel the man-hating is an honorable and valuable political act. That the oppressed have a right to class hatred against the class that is oppressing them.
Said. Chaos
All sex, even consensual sex between a married couple, is an act of violence perpetuated against a woman. When a woman
probably never married
reaches orgasm with a man, she is only collaborating with the patriarchal system, eroticizing her own oppressor. The nuclear family must be destroyed, whatever its ultimate meaning. The breakup of families is now an objectively revolutionary process. Oh, not all feminists are like that. So those who ideas feminism is built upon are like that, but you're not. Answer that, feminist, please. Pretty please with sugar on top. Now, better yet, I'll figure out the answer I already have. Y'all are just cunts. Cantankerous cunts. That's what they are.
Hold on. I have a word for an acronym for cunt. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Said.
Ah, yes.
Can you send
contemptible, unscrupulous,
Yeah, well,
niggardly trollop.
If you're in my Discord, it's in the general chat.
All right. I will holler at you guys later. It's
But,
nice hanging.
I don't think... Let's see here. I'm going to set this up for an hour. I got it. You got a Discord?
I'm not in your Discord, but I'll find it eventually, lol.
If you got Discord, I can get you in here. Well, yeah, I think you are, because you're in... Aren't you in Shinobi's? Alright, I'm gonna need you to click on this and click on it quick if you do. Because I got a troll out there that's trying to flash pornographic material in my Discord while I'm live streaming.
K is for you 728. Said. HTTPS
Speaking of which,
Discord GGZ8MD8QZ.
I'm gonna close that for now.
Said.
Okay.
Yes, I'm in Shinobi's channel.
So just go ahead and click that link and bring you into my Discord, and you're free to join up anytime. I have people that just my channels are open for anybody to use, so just keep stuff in the proper channels. That's all I ask. It's not a lot of rules in here. Just don't be a dick unless it's warranted. Then go balls deep. Go balls deep in that motherfucker if it's warranted. Stay pretty drama free in here. Post memes and keep in touch. That's about it. I mainly use Discord for I hate PlayStation parties. I have to hook up a bunch of extra cords, so it's easier for me to do Discord because hooked up into a PC.
Sir Yeetus said.
Huh?
Where do I search it under?
House of Chaos? We're actually in the PS4, PS5 party chat. But that should get you into my Discord channel.
Said. I'm in your Discord, which channel?
Yeah.
LOL.
Oh,
Heatus
that's obvious, sir.
Get that link
Okay,
off the
LOL.
YouTube then. Hurry up.
No, it's good. He accepted it. I only had it set for one. Because I gotta gatekeep my Discord because of fucktards, man. God damn it. Damn, everybody look. I know I saw a couple people join up. 203. Oh, looks like Splinter's hugging. Oh, nope. Never mind.
Wait a minute. Why is Casey trying to eat through his mask?
Good question. There you go.
Cracking all
Sir
the
Heatus
a cold one?
said,
Oof.
I'ma crack open a cold one because why not?
It's 12 o'clock somewhere, right? All right. Let's see here.
Sir Heatus said, 5 p.m. somewhere. LOL.
5 p. Whatever. Ooh.
They're throwing tire irons.
They are throwing tire irons.
What kind of fucked up version of the universe is this?
Quit spam guarding! God damn!
Outstanding, mon frere.
Mana ray. Ah! Oh shit!
Turned out the lights.
Oh shit!
Quit fucking going there.
He somehow just that. Bruh. Ouch!
Hey, who turned out the lights?
I think at this point you should probably just restart.
No, I have to die. That's the thing. In order for me to lose this, I have to die.
Sir Heatus.
Motherfuckers with rocket propelled.
I got an angry feminist on my community post. LOL.
That means you're doing something right. Ah, motherfuck! Game over. Oh, that was short-lived. I made it to the second level. A fucking hole. A fucking hole. Damn, I didn't even get a level up. Fuck.
Well, when
Great
you
party.
get beat that pathetically, I would guess so.
Beat pathetically, most of my death came from me falling down that pit.
Exactly. Because I don't know why your character is fighting on a comic book strip, but he is.
It's the new I'm playing the new DLC that came with the game.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That was rough. Now I'm in
Reminds me of that
on
one
a
episode from Fairly
ceiling.
Odd Parents.
I didn't watch enough to that to care.
The same concept as this episode here. They started teleporting through different worlds or whatever.
Hey, chill out.
Sir Yeetus said, I know this country is going to SHT because me the brothers were yelling at each other during Thanksgiving. The women barged into the living room trying to scold us LMAOO. Sir Yeetus said, that's just how brothers communicate.
Yep. Let us fight it out, get it out of our system, and we'll get over it. That's it. We communicate with our words and our hands. And maybe a bullet, if you're not careful. Depending on how crazy the person is. The only time I'll ever whip out a piece is if there's multiple people coming after me. And you bet your sweet ass I'm gonna be pulling out the old 45.
Hey, who turned out the lights?
Falling down the pit and shit. Oh,
Sir
alright.
Yeetus
I am
said,
about...
I swear we were just a bit passionate about politics, but the women really had the audacity to try to scold us.
That's when you say, get back in the kitchen where you fucking belong. Compel them with the power of sexism, sir. I was willing to tout that line this Thanksgiving when me and my cousin were walking back in from smoking a couple of left-handed Luckies. I said, this is what I like to see. And I'm tempted to go in there and say this too. This is what I like to see. Women doing women's work. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Because they were in there doing dishes and cleaning up after all the cooking and shit. I say, Captain Misogyny, with the power of sexism, compels them back to the kitchen, where they belong. Ah, fuck! Where they belong. This little laser beamer's getting on my nerves.
Outstanding, mon frere.
Alright, made it past 2. Let's see.
Sir Yeetus said, I offered to help cook, but they cook all the dudes out yet complain later, lol. Sir Yeetus said, kicked.
Yep. That's why... You can call them on their bullshit, but like, well, if I try to help, you kick me out anyways. So, quit your bitching! I come from a great tribe of the quit your bitching! And that's what you do. Quit your bitching. Quit your bitching. Anytime they start bitching, quit your bitching. I need pizza. I'm probably gonna regret
Sir
this.
Yeetus said, they can't comprehend men don't mind cooking at all, lol.
Nope.
Outstanding, mon frere.
Well, I fucked that all up. Peak reward. Parasite. Drain HP from defeat. Oh no, this level again. Why? I think that's what you get.
Sir Yeetus said, did you know women trick men into cooking, lol?
I think we were the original cookers and we taught women to cook so we could focus on other shit. More important shit. Could you imagine being the group of dudes sitting around the mushrooms and be like, is it poisonous? I don't know. Well, try it, Sam Smith. I don't know about that, man.
They like to mess with our grills in order to take over.
It's like back in the olden days, it was men that cooked for the kings and shit. Oops. But again, I'm pretty sure we taught women to cook so we could focus on more important things. Could be wrong, but that's just me thinking grander scheme. Is for some reason, it's how my brain tries to think.
Sir Yeetus said, what I know it men are better at cooking, women are good at baking.
What? Well, of course they are, because they just ate a human being for 9 months. Fuck, I can't remember the dude's name. He said if God didn't want women to cook, why would he have put milk and eggs in them?
Sir Yeetus said, baking is much easier than cooking.
Oh, fuck yeah, it is. You just gotta mix the shit and let it do the rest. Once it rises, throw it in the oven for a little bit. Nice little toast. You're good. That's why they were so big and hardy back then, because they had a very high bread diet. And you throw in meat later on, because I believe at first we didn't eat meat, and over time, through epigenetics, our body adapted to it. And I say that because you can sit there and eat a poisonous mushroom just a little bit over time, and your body will gain a natural immunity to it.
To be fair, I doubt men cared about cooking back then as long as the ingredients were prepared beforehand.
We had to eat. That was it. That's all there was to that. We want to eat, we gotta cook. So, no, we care because we gotta eat. But I heard this all the time growing up. It's to our stomachs. It's to our heart. Find a woman that could cook good. That's what I was always told. Find a woman that could cook.
Hey, who turned out the lights?
Goddamn bridge.
Hey, chill out.
Ah, shit. No.
Sir Yeetus said, I mean, if the wife was chillin' at home, get the seasonings fire ready.
Oh, yeah. So I know me growing up, most of the time it was my mom that did the cooking. Every now and then, my dad would whip out the grill and grill up some steaks or some chicken or something, or some ribs. But my mom did a majority of the cooking. My grandma did like 95% of the cooking. It was considered a treat if my grandpa was cooking, because that dude could cook. Oh my God, he could cook. And, oh. And I wish I'd gotten some of his recipes. He made this like stroganoff like shit. It had chicken and noodles and the sauce. Oh, it's so good.
Sir Yeetus.
It was so good.
Said, when it comes to the kid family, she better be on point. LOL.
That for sure. And see, this is something else I always heard growing up. We marry our mothers, and off the cuff, that sounds kind of. But when you sit down and meditate on it and think about it, I think what it really means is we look for traits that our mother had because we're trying to find a mother for our children. So we use that as an example of what to look for when it comes to propagating our species. You know, the motherly traits, you know, that's just, I don't want no overbearing Karen cunt parent. Shit. I feel bad for kids these days that got them helicopter parents. No.
Bro, my mom told me 13 years ago that unless you plan on marrying her, don't bring her around my house. Fair enough, LOL.
Wow. But you see, yeah, that was the thing. My mom didn't like any of my now exes. In fact, she didn't really like any of my girlfriends. Especially as I got older. She really did not like Christy.
Outstanding, mon frere.
And this is where hindsight's a bitch. I can see why. I had to teach her how to cook. She couldn't really clean, but she could.
Said, if mom doesn't like your girl, most likely there's a good reason, right?
I chose to ignore it because I was focused on trying to develop a family and but I couldn't even get a kid with her because she was full blown adamantly taking birth control. So how am I supposed to have a kid when she's on birth control? And then she started going to nursing school. And here I was just at the time I was just a lowly cook at a fast food restaurant and a old folks home.
Women this there many times women can read people better than men.
Yeah. To a degree, you aren't wrong there. You aren't wrong, but then it comes down to how do they fall for the pickup roaches and the fuckboys tricks?
A sane woman.
Oh. Thank you for not knocking me off the ledge there, Mouser.
Fair enough, but I'm sure it's different if it's your mother looking out for your well-being.
That is true. Well, I mean, even though Al Bundy's a fictitious character, there is truth to it. Don't try and understand women, because women understand women and they hate each other. That's why they have the term frenemies. They'll be quick to steal their best friends, man. But, let's go with this one. And, you know, me and my mom kind of had a, wasn't a good one, but we had one. There were some things that I had to, and it came to me, I had to, get over some things. Because my mom wasn't much different than my dad, except she didn't verbally or emotionally abuse me. She just grabbed something and beat my ass with it. My dad would sit there and give me the trifecta: emotionally, mentally, physically abuse me. Now, if I was fucking up, yes. And some, I'm not going to say all, but most of my discipline was me defending myself.
Said, as an adult.
Oh yeah, as an adult especially. But as a kid, it was more of a, I'm getting fucked with this school. And I was the type, you know, I warned them, leave me alone. They didn't leave me alone, I beat them up. And I got my ass beat because I had the fights because people wouldn't leave me alone. And the excuse they started it would rile him to just start tearing into me. Like, my ass never got hit. It was always my back and right between where the knee is and the hip is. Then I'd have to go to school the next day and get some licks too. Damn. Where am I at? Not on this list. Damn. What?
Sir Yeetus said,
damn.
I knew things would get real if I got a C on a progress report.
Yeah, that was that was fun.
Said, that's one of many hooping LOL.
Yeah, I got those too. You need to apply yourself. I'm bored. I don't want to be here. It doesn't fucking matter. Crack, 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 crack. That's where parents screwed up. They whooped the kids' ass when they were mad. And then that creates a lot of the resentments that a lot of kids have towards their parents nowadays.
Sir Yeetus.
It's like I still harbor some resentment towards my dad for that shit.
At one time.
Oh, that was my
Sir Yeetus.
That was my grandma.
Hell, my dad came to school in pajamas.
Oof. And then anytime I tried to, I would tell them, and they did actually show up. The fucking, because I was the quiet kid that kept to myself. You know how that goes. That was me. I was the quiet kid that got painted to be a psychopath because I hauled off and knocked out the popular kid because he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. But, you know. Alright, so I need to toss enemies to break 2 Foot Clan crates. Don't get hurt more than 2 times. Okay. Shouldn't be too hard.
Bro, I was the quiet kid LOL, very observant but not painted as a psychopath.
Well, the only reason I was painted as a psychopath because I go and haul off and knock the fuck out of these people. I gave them 2 warnings, and after that 3rd time, I was throwing hands. And I tell the principals, I tell them, leave me alone. But y'all don't do nothing about it. So what do you expect? Like, junior high was probably by far the worst. I'd never thought about, like, I shit you not, I had never thought about taking a gun and putting it to somebody until I hit junior high.
They were too afraid.
Yes, Petrolia didn't have no black kids. It was mainly white and Hispanic, but mainly white. It wasn't until I started going into Wichita Falls, when I got back here, going to public schools is when the integration was really happening. Damn it. Come here. Come here. Come here. Damn it. Oh, here's a chance. Ah, shit. How am I? It wouldn't let me throw him. I definitely failed. But yeah, Florida was probably the first time in my life that I was like, man, I'm about to bring my gun up here and shoot a motherfucker. I'm not really a violent person. But if I'm being accosted, I'ma deal with it.
Sir Yeetus said, I'm glad my dad chilled out on the grandson thing. LOL, we had 200 convos about this.
Oh God. See, I don't get to have that conversation because my dad deleted himself when I was 15, but I look at it as more of a blessing than anything. Oh my God, throw! Thank you. Yo, yo! And there's my hurt. Trying to do all these goddamn achievements, 100% the fucking game. Because that's where I'm at with this, is I'm just trying to platinum it.
Gotta get off this ride.
Sir Yeetus said, if I'm gonna be a father in the future, I wanna be at my best in a non-Western country.
I want to be a father in a country that doesn't enable me getting fucked. Because I like to enjoy when I'm getting fucked. It's like, I don't care how gay this sounds. I like to enjoy the taste of the stuff I put in my mouth.
Sir Yeetus said, I don't
Food.
want to end in a HMT.
Yeah,
A while.
that's my biggest worry.
Diamond skeleton.
I do not want to end up in a hockey mask time.
Welcome to the stream. Diamond skeleton.
Because I am at a point where I would probably,
Live chat.
at the moment, yes. Others are working and lurking. No, kind of like I do to people. I
Sir
work and
Yeetus
lurk.
Said, for my kids I would HMT in a heartbeat.
Yep. Oh, I started saying An unborn child's life is more valuable than a woman that's already alive's life. 'Cause that child has potential. The other one, not so much. Ah!
I must have zoned out. Turtles to the rescue!
Sir Yeetus said, I wouldn't know how to feel. There was a woman walking into an abortion clinic while her man was begging her, crying not to go.
Yeah, I fucking saw that video, and it filled me with absolute unadulterated rage.
Delete the turtles.
Because she's doing it to hurt him. And she knows it's hurting him. But she's being a selfish cunt and terminating a life for selfish reasons. 73% of abortions are elective, y'all. That means they're doing it for convenience. That's a problem. That just goes to show, this is what happens when we turn our back on God, because a whole bunch of other pagan gods came back. Moloch, Rumphon. These are deities that these twants would sacrifice their children to.
Sir Yeetus said, it filled me with anguish, then straight up resolution to HMT.
No, that comes with the unadulterated rage. Yeah. And I'm gonna stand behind it. I'll say I don't give a shit. If I get with a woman and she gets pregnant and she even threatens abortion, or even talks about it or brings it up, like she's gonna do it. Nope. Not today, bitch. Not today.
Sir Yeetus said, the kid
No.
didn't deserve it. If it wasn't for a medical issue, she pretty much killed 50 of me.
Let's follow that torso.
Essentially, oh damn it. Is it the same for everybody, I wonder? Toss enemies to break 2 Foot Clan crates. What are Foot Clan crates? The wooden crates? I thought I did that. This is what happens when you incentivize shit. Get rid of shame. You know? Shame's there for a reason. It's letting you know, hey, you're doing something wrong, you idiot.
Sir Yeetus said, the lengths a man wouldn't go that loves his child.
Hell, the links I've gone for kids that ain't even mine. Let's say that I took, I was basically what's the word I'm looking for here? So, this person that I know, he went and bragged to his parents that I'm this amazing person and so inside, fucking pedestalized the fuck out of me. And his parents ended up going to my boss and asking my boss to ask me to take this motherfucker under my wing.
Sir Yeetus said, exactly a few times in my life I put myself in harm's way to protect children. Just imagine how far I would go for my child.
Gotta get off this ride.
I did it! Alright, so those were it. Now I can kind of cut loose.
Sir Yeetus said, no one would be safe.
Nope. Nobody. But I did because I want to see people succeed. I want to see people do well. I want to see people make something of themselves. So, and something I've learned over the years is that when you don't go seeking to be somebody's mentor, it just kind of fucking happens. It's one of those that just kind of gets thrust into your lap, and you do with it.
Majority of men are bad fathers according to the family courts.
Well, that's because of the fucking paid off feminist doctors and psychologists and shit pushing the propaganda. I mean, look what happened as soon as women were able to fucking work in psychology and shit like that. For the longest time, it was majority men. But now that women are in there, they start pushing that agenda bullshit that we're all inherently violent and we're all inherently grapists and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, and I thought working in a profession like that, you'd have to provide evidence proving that stance.
Some men do it. That's all they need.
Yeah.
That's all they need. Just like with the fucking wage gap thing. They want so badly to hear that, yes, women are paid less than men, but they don't want to hear the reason.
Sir Yeetus said, funny how single fathers
They
are
just
doing
don't have
way
a
better
point. That's why they
statistically
don't
when
want to
it
hear
comes to single
details, because
parents.
details will prove they don't have a point.
Well, feminists are a lot like knives. Feminists are different from knives. Knives actually have points. Feminists don't. I fucked that all up. I'm just gonna shut up.
You fumbled the
I
catch.
fumbled the catch there. For shame, for shame.
Sir Yeetus said, single fathers do way better for
Oh, yeah.
society than single mothers.
You can always just ass shame them.
One of my buddies, he got with and married a single mother.
Terrible mistake.
Well, here's the thing. Her and her sister had nicknames in school. They were known as the Hamel Hoes.
Oh, yeah, that sounds appealing.
So he ended up. I was over at his place. I'd go over there and we'd hang out and game out and smoke out and all that shit. And I was over there one day, and his old lady had gone out to the bar with the friends. And this is after they got married. They were out in the car parked out front for a really long time. So he finally goes out to check and see what's going on. And she was neck deep in tuna casserole.
Oh. So when she's not sitting on pole, she's neck deep in tuna.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better.
Oh no.
So she cheated on him with the grill cook at a place I actually used to work too. That's how I found out about it, because she told me. Because she was. Yeah, I was going through this whole debacle where a friend had, someone had come to my old lady and told her that I was cheating on her, and it wasn't true. And she was trying to get me to admit guilt through her own guilty admission. Part of me wanted to tell him so bad, but I didn't.
And yeah, single fathers usually do.
But yeah, she ended up giving up her parental rights.
Brandon Trueblood
To
entered the chat. Welcome
to
to the
go
stream.
carouse
Brandon
about
Trueblood
and sow her wild oats
said,
herself
Give
again.
Outlaw a double stuffed crust the turtles 1T eat.
Outlaw is even in here. He is.
Sir Yeetus said,
A double
I'm telling
stuffed
you
crust
right
he
now,
won't
single
eat?
fathers in
Okay.
general don't accept
We don't.
failures like single mothers.
We hold our kids accountable, you know? Kid fucked up. Oh, the woman's, oh, it's okay. You're still special, blah, blah. Oh, it's okay. No. The mom should be like, you're a dumbass, dude. That's how my grandma was with me. And I respected the fuck out of that woman. That's because she was a real woman. She didn't espouse any of that feminism shit. Unfortunately, because she ended up having to take care of her grandchildren, she did not get to retire.
Brandon Trueblood said,
If you accept failure,
Sir
you
Yeetus
contribute to degeneracy.
said,
Yes.
If you accept failure, you contribute to degeneracy in
That's what
society.
boggles my mind. So many of these people know this stuff is wrong, yet they're still going out there and doing it. You know, two wrongs don't make a right. That was something I was always told growing up. Two wrongs don't make a right. So,
Yeah, because it don't.
So why are they perpetuating the wrong? You know, they're supposed to, I thought it was about being better than the counterpart. If it's about female supremacism. But it's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, Old Testament bullshit.
Sir Yeetus said, my dad told me I can love you from afar.
We can coexist. I coexist here. You can coexist over there. You just stay over there. And you can coexist over there. And I'm going to have my circle. And you can have your circle over there. There you go. You know, our parents, we don't choose our parents. It's more of an obligation. To the wrong, it's an obligation to the wrong
Sir
people.
Yeetus
It's duty to the right
said,
people.
Good thing I'm doing a great job, LMAO.
Like, oh my god, people. I'm all about meeting people and
Sir
talking to
Yeetus
people and having conversations.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's also a bit of how you run away. If you run away at certain times, you can avoid the degeneracy.
I just don't do it. Life's very unfair.
Sir Yeetus
Life doesn't care about fairness.
unfair.
Fair and equal? What? Those are two words that should never be used in the same sentence, and anybody that does needs to be clobbered. Because you're espousing idiocracy.
How about this? Life is fair because it kicks everybody's ass equally.
Not really. Because we've got people we've got certain tiny hats that got into positions where they could rewrite the laws that only benefit certain groups.
So why do these delusional Western women believe they're entitled to everything? LOL.
Because the sisterhood says so. You gotta remember, they're busy comparing themselves to other women and people they're not. This is like, my prime example. Susie Q down the street's husband got her a fucking $50,000 ring. Where's mine? Clearly you don't love me. That's stupid shit. Who the fuck cares about Susie Q down the street? Fuck Susie Q down the street. You want that $50,000 ring? Go steal her fucking man then. Get the fuck out of my presence, bitch.
Said, do you agree with the quote, if women don't need us, they don't want us?
Well, there's a difference between need and want. That's the thing. I need to shower every day. I don't want to, but I need to.
I don't need.
I don't want to shower every day, but I need to. No, they don't. They conflate them.
Said,
they were never taught the difference.
Know the difference.
That's the thing. They were never taught the difference between needs and wants. And a lot of people nowadays aren't taught the difference between needs and wants. I need to eat in order to live. I need a roof over my head. But here's the kicker with that. This house that I'm living in, the house that you live in, all y'all live in, it's a privilege. And hear me out. Because though you may think you own it, you do not. Because the government at any given time can come in, take it from you just like that. And there ain't a goddamn thing you can do about it.
Said,
you can open fire, but that's all
well,
gonna
you could
result in your death.
you could open fire, but yeah, that's the government. And if you've ever felt the government's boot, it don't feel too good.
I didn't think so.
It doesn't feel good at all. That's a gigantic factor why feminism's cancer, because at the core of feminism is Marxism. That right there makes it a cancer. A right entitlement. It's like most things. Most things are. We really don't have rights. Everything's a privilege. We have to work for everything. Therefore, it's
if it's a right, then you wouldn't
rights
have to work for it. You would just have to exist.
Rights are given to you. Privileges are earned. And
yep.
There's a difference between those two. Your car, that's a privilege. Your cell phone, fuck. All this stuff I have is a fuck. I fucking some of this I had to work for.
Government gone, feminism gone.
Well, what do you expect when, Democrats have pretty much been in power since Lincoln's assassination? I mean, they took over quick. So, but this was all planned. It was planned long before 1776, before our own revolution. So, that video I was watching earlier that I still haven't finished.
You think women are willing to fight to the death for their ideology of feminism?
Oh, that? Yes.
Sir Yeetus said, take away gov, feminism gone.
Oh, here's the kicker. They don't need us because they can go out there and earn their own check. They don't need us because the government subsidizes what we're supposed to do, but they do it very poorly. They don't need us because they've got an overabundance of simps out there willing to do whatever it takes just to get a piece of that used up vagine. So, yeah, I know, right? Oh, here's a $50,000 ring. Marry me so I can spend the rest of my life and get some of that used up poom poom.
Sir Yeetus said,
take away the government, take away the state.
Can't rely on the easy access of resources.
Well, you gotta get rid of the welfare.
Yeetus
That's the resources right there, the welfare state.
Feminism gone.
Post-U.S. occupation, Afghan feminists, are all wearing
Post-US
burqas.
occupation Afghan feminists are all wearing burqas.
Yeah. Make that make sense. Like Afghans, they're fucked. India, they're about here on the giant feminist fisting that they're getting. I think Russia slowly, they're still communist, I think. But
They're
Brandon
pretty
Trueblood
communist, yeah.
they're
It shows they
conservative
will not
communist.
fight.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. Them radicals out there, I think they would.
Sir Yedis said, Afghanistan is a perfect example. Women know their feminist ideology is futile if there isn't a powerful
All
entity
it's gonna
protecting
take, though, all it's gonna take is a femboy like Trudeau getting into power there, though, for everything to change.
Sir Yedis said, come on bro, you honestly think feminism will last if Western society collapse?
Do I think it'll continue? I think some will try to keep it going. They're radicals for a reason. I do think.
Said, in the West.
Yes, I do. Because it's been going for so long now. I mean, even if we got rid of government, there's still hens out there that are still clucking the feminist mantras. And as long as those are still out there flapping their cock holsters, it's still gonna live. The only way to get rid of it is take out the people espousing the shit and then get rid of the literature that's espousing it.
Sir Yedis said, they will try, but
of course
men will stomp that shit out. Only Gov pushed it forward with the help of the boys in blue.
Yeah, unfortunately, they use the police to fucking enforce their gynocentric laws, and that's unfortunate. I don't want to say I'm a fence sitter with the police. I have a very healthy. I respect the police for what they do, but also have a fear of police for what they could do to me. And it's out of that fear for the police, fear of what they could do to me, that I respect them. Because I don't. I've I've been tased one time in my life, well, twice in my life. The second time was. Yeah, I was.
Oh my fucking gosh. Okay,
I got irate. In a societal collapse, feminism will go out the window. Oh, it'll go out the window, but it'll still be spewed.
Sir Yedis said, in a societal collapse, feminism will go out the window when women are on their own without the hog's help.
They'll just perpetuate prostitution more. I mean, they're already doing it with OnlyFans. Like I said, it's. I don't think it'll totally die out. I mean, think about it. Marxism's been around for fucking. What, the 1800s? 1900s? It's over 1,000 years of Marxism. So, and this is why I say I don't think it'll completely die off, because as long as there's people out there that are espousing this shit still,
Sir Yedis said, what are the women gonna go when there isn't a central power helping them?
Yeah,
Brandon
see,
Trueblood
the thing is, they're gonna find out the hard way. 150 years.
Brandon Trueblood.
Yeah, math is bad.
Said, 150 years.
So I was going from 1900, because the Bolshevik Revolution started in 1912.
Said, I'm just keeping it real.
Well, I understand. Okay, so Yeah, I think the Bolshevik Revolution started in 1912.
Brandon Trueblood.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit later than that, maybe
1917.
1914.
Oh, okay, that was a
Sir
few years
Edith
off.
Said.
Well,
Feminism
that is
is
a
one
recent
of the
history that
only
cannot be
ideologies
defended
in
by the
recent
people who
history
believe
that
in it.
cannot be
Of
defended by the
course.
people who believes in it.
And again, you just though you could take the government away, but as long as there's somebody out there with that enlightened knowledge espousing it, I mean, look at the Illuminati. They've been fucking banned all over the fucking place, but they still exist through these fucking government entities and stuff. You know, I mean, I think you were in here when they were talking about the NAACP and their Stasi that go around policing things. That's the thing. As long as these ideologies are being espoused, you gotta take out the cancer. That's the thing. You gotta get rid of the cancer. The government just enables it. That's the problem. The government's enabling it. You take away the government, but again, as long as there's people espousing the mantras and all that shit, it'll never go away.
Sir Yeetus.
Oh yeah, they can talk as much as they want.
They can talk as much as they want. Feminism have been based on protection of big government. Now there's a bunch of single mothers running everywhere when SHTF.
Yep, and that's the women's price they pay for getting in bed with the government. They're not no longer entitled to our protection, our provisions. They fend for themselves. This is what the early feminists asked for. They don't need us. They just need our seed. Unfortunately, they've got programs in there that fuck us for even sticking our dick in them. If we get them pregnant, and they take the kid or abort it. Like I said, if I get with the chick and she got pregnant by me and she even talks about taking it, going to an abortion clinic, I'm going to prison. I'm going to prison for murder because I will delete her ass.
Said, I honestly do wish them good luck with the amount of disgruntled men.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wish them good luck too, because they've got the trans movement fucking trudging in on their territory now, using the same exact policies, and you would think this would open their eyes up. This is why I need the trans movement to destroy feminism. The trans movement would be easy to destroy. That's easily debunkable. There's only men and women. But with feminism, they're trying to make women men and men women. So, and here we go.
Said.
And I know that sounds they're the useful tool for me to get rid of one of the cancers. One of the cancers. The other cancers, that's gonna have to be done through shooty pew pew. There ain't no, where the fuck is my lighter at?
Sir Yeetus.
There ain't no getting out of it.
Said. You sure there's people in power arguing that men can get pregnant?
I know that. Where the fuck is my lighter? I just fucking had the goddamn thing. That's not
Is it in your lap?
I'm about to stand up and find out. Nope. Where in the fuck did it go? Garfield. All right, I'll be right back. Ah, damn it. Button. What time is it? 3:02?
Sir Yeetus. Said. Never I've thought in my life we would be in this point of history so quickly.
Never have thought in my life we would be in this point. Yeah, see, I look at it like, so when I was young, like single digit age, I noticed things were getting kind of fucked up. But I was told I'm just imagining it. I'm crazy. You're so I just kept doing me. And I hate being right sometimes. Because it just, I didn't want to be right about this shit. I didn't want to be right about if the Democrats got into power, we were going to be fucked. Lo and behold, we're getting fucked. I'm not
Sir
enjoying
Enos
it. That's for sure.
said, I noticed it got bad in
Oh,
2010.
bro, it got worse when Barack Hussein Obama fucking took over. That dude fucking just, he took the kerosene and just whoosh, dumped it on that almost dead ideology called racism. Because growing up, the only time I ever heard about racism was in school, and it was from the books talking about it. All I knew about racism was you hated somebody based on the color of their skin. That's what I knew racism to be. Come to find out, you can't criticize them, question them, or anything for that matter anymore. Otherwise, you're a racist. So,
Well, if they call you that, then say, okay, then sure.
and that's when, you know, you go down the rabbit holes and then you find out it's a neo-Marxist ideology. You just gotta listen
And
to
it
them.
needs to disappear.
Yes, it does. But thanks to Obama, that fucking fan just, it just, ugh. He ignited new life into it, which, fuck him for that. Like, fuck him to the moon for that. But
What a massive asshole. I hope his butt hurts from Big Mike.
yeah, that dating a tranny, man.
Yeah, he let it slip one time. He said, Michael and I, remember that. It was during a public address.
Yep.
He said, Michael and I, and he said, Michael? Oh, Big Mike.
Big Mike.
The turtles.
All those Michelle Obama bulge jokes, man.
Well, I mean, you've seen the bulge.
Walking down the stairs, standing on the stage, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Some weirdness happening in there.
Yep. But again, you heard during that video, they brought in a lot of guys into political positions of power and people that were easily blackmailed. What better way to get people blackmailed than having a dude that resembles a chick or has the body of a chick dressing up like a chick in a hole, and then they just turn the lights out. You got a little sucky and a little. You think you're taking that vag to Pound Town, but you're really blowing out a butthole. Blackmail! Ha ha ha! Suddenly they're caught. Or even little kids. I'm sure they've probably done that too. I mean, Epstein Island's there for a reason. Politicians were going somewhere.
So much butthole touching.
Between there and the Grove. I mean, these people are terrible people. They claim to be doing good.
Panic in the sky.
Or they have fronts that are doing good while they do nothing but bad behind closed doors. There's what I need to. There's how it needs to be said.
Holy shit!
What are the things on this one?
Oh,
don't get hurt. Defeat 3 enemies by using super attacks. That should be easy enough. Oh, I just got hurt.
And you failed.
Pretty much.
I think I'm about to fail here in a second. Too many
Oh.
RPGs everywhere. Oh.
Yeah, put that RPG up your ass. I'm not letting you fire it. Fuck you.
Fuck.
And I instantly get it. Of course. The second I say that.
I do think tonight I'm going to finish off the rest of that video. I'm playing World of Warcraft tonight. They're about to be dropping some new content. And I gotta get caught up.
Of course, they're hiding out in the fucking building. Damn it!
But, yeah, it's everything that's it's gonna happen, whether we want it to or not. The collapse of society gonna happen, whether we want it to or not. Us getting sold off to the communists is gonna happen, whether we want it to or not. Because, yeah, we aren't even a representative democracy. We're an authoritarian dictatorship. It's leading towards totalitarian views.
That dude just fucking jumped.
And as you heard in
that building
video that I was watching earlier, the Third World War is gonna be between the. He says is gonna be between the Christians and the atheist communists. As I've done some research into this. Majority of the communist leaders were atheists. They either grew up
intellectuals because they could explain how life worked or it could even exist without using God.
I don't see how. I mean, they try.
Oh.
But something had to create. Something had to create.
I was about to say.
Then they're like, well, something had to create the creator. Like, no, the creator's always been there. It exists out of time and space.
How?
The spiritual realm, sir.
Tell me this is a door. No, it's not a door. Alright, well, I guess I'm fucked.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of Screw Wingnut here. And then I got to call it. Start getting ready for work. Yay, adulting. Woo! I love it. Ow, prick.
Aw, oh, damn it. Knock out a enemy vehicle and then I get killed myself.
Oops. But yeah, communism is just the tool. It's not even really an ideology. It's the weapon that the tiny hats need in order to make things happen. Through force. That's what they believe. Through force. Subjugation. It's... You can't force me to do something I don't want to do. You can try, but you're gonna have to kill me before I even think about caving on my principles. Nope. What needs to happen is a worldwide purging. Communism, socialism. All the literature needs to be wiped the fuck out. Again, I am a huge proponent for free speech, but I am also for banning bad ideas. That is the thing. Marxism is a bad idea. Communism is a bad idea. Socialism is a bad idea. Racism, it's a bad idea. Feminism, it's a very bad idea. A lot of bad ideas going on out there, and they need to be dealt with accordingly. And at this point, a civil war will need to happen in order for things to change.
Select your
And I kind of got a feeling that when World War III kicks off, there's going to be a Civil War too. It's not a matter of if, it's just when.
The end times.
Some people are already saying we're creeping into it. I mean, if you really think about it, where the Euphrates is drying up. So they say once that dries up, shit's supposed to hit the fan. I don't look forward to it. That's why I said I hope I'm dead long before that shit happens. Mr. Hibble. Synergia Custom Mech Wars. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, no. You done lost me with the models. What do we got here? Gunhead.
And we have been defeated. Holy shit, that aimbot, Batman! What the fuck? That was first shot, instantly in the head. No hesitation. That it was definitely aimbot.
Losing me. What's this? Crow Country. Oh, it's just a demo. Box to the Beat. Nope, that's VR. Oh, these are all demos. They're already coming out with a new Sword Art Online. They just released one. I'm looking for the monthly games for PlayStation Plus. But while I'm down here, might as well take a looky-loo in here. See if there's anything new added to it. Naraka wasn't a bad one.
Hunt.
Celebrities hacked.
Yeah, right.
Cuties hacked. What the fuck?
No. Where the fuck did you come from, bitch? No. You don't just appear out of nowhere like that. No, fuck you.
What the fuck?
Soldier, I swear if you take 5 seconds to ready that rifle instead of putting it up to your shoulder and firing, I will hack this game just to beat your ass.
No, they're just gonna hit fire you and kill you that way.
No, here's the thing. The way that these mod makers do these loading animations, when you spawn in, your character has to... He's got to unshoulder his rifle. He's got to pull the slide back just to check to see if it's loaded and everything. And then he's got to re-ready himself. And that takes up a good 2 seconds. 2 seconds of me already being shot at the second I spawn in, because the bots already know where you're going to spawn and their algorithm is going to immediately guide them to shoot at you.
Oh, I've already got that. Euden Chronicles. I was just talking about this the other day. Me and it's Char. Is that a... That is a chick.
What kind of game is that?
That's a chick named CJ. And then a male kangaroo.
CJ stand for cock jockey?
Sure. I did not like Dead Island. What?
Oh no, a Gundam game. Ugh.
Getting a little excited. Something from my Anime Hem Mondays.
Oh.
Wait. I already played something like this. Wait. Don't I have this? See, now I gotta look. Damn it! Damn it! Oh. Okay. So it's Gundam Evolution. But didn't they shut down the servers for this? Yep. And on November 20... Oh, goddamn. Today is the last day. Okay, so that was what I was playing. So we're going to go on ahead and download that. See what else they got. Nobunaga's Ambition. Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami. The fuck's this about?
All right, game, you can win. I'll let you
Partial
win.
nudity,
Good
drug
for you.
preference, strong language. Oh. It's one of these kind of games. Okay. If everybody wants to play, I have Uno. I just got to download it again.
That's not cross-platform, is it?
I know.
Looks like I'm gonna have to find out, I guess.
Yep.
Oh,
Far
'cause
changing
Uno would be funny.
tides. If it was, and you initiate your computer hacks to kick my ass and get reverse Unos all the time, and draw fours.
No.
This is already boring.
I'm not like Ravenfield, where the game itself will use fucking manipulation to kick your ass.
Hmm.
Just because it feels like it.
Gungrave, huh?
Weapon from? Far Cry 3. I don't remember that gun being in here.
Get
Also,
this for
fucking-
Outlaw and play it for Outlaw. I'm sure you'd appreciate that.
What? Paw Patrol.
Outlaw, would you like me to play this for you?
What was that? 13 Sentinels, and next to it, Call of the Sea. I think I've seen a gameplay of that.
13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Oh, because I'm streaming. There we go. Why she gotta hike up her skirt like that? Now I'm confused. I don't know whether to be turned on or...
Wow, this really says it all.
You gonna give me the actual gameplay or
Well, more than likely, this is going to be a game that's probably developed by the Japanese, and you know how they like to do their dramatic entrances. It's cinematics.
Now you're talking.
And they gotta go with this fucking, what was it, Danganronpa art style bullshit.
Yeah, nope. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Y'all be lucky.
No.
Y'all should be. Y'all are lucky I'm even playing XCOM 2 when I do.
I'm surprised you don't play Nier Automata.
I actually wait. I have Replicant. Automata isn't free.
Oh shit. Oh well, you have it installed already.
Yeah, I've got that one installed. What is this? Side scroller. Ooh. What do we got?
Odin Sphere? Oh no. Oh, this is one of those 2D platformer type jump
War will spread across the
fighter
world.
games or whatever.
The winning country will rule over the entire land.
The world's end draws near.
Disaster. Is this the beginning of the end?
And only you can save them. Okay, so it is definitely a side scroller.
I shall speed towards you, quick as the wind.
Okay. Why am I getting Fairy Fencer F type? Oh yeah, this is definitely like Fairy Fencer F. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
I'm good.
Yep, nope. Pass.
I'm
Hard
good.
pass.
Hard
Woo,
pass.
Hard pass.
Star Ocean isn't a bad
That's,
thing. They were okay.
Ooh,
Sniper,
Which one?
Ghost Warrior. Well, let's see. We got Integrity and Faithlessness, and then we got the Divine Source. Then we got Tales Noir.
That sounds like a porn.
You're playing Rocket Raccoon after he's retired from the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy. He's become a private investigator.
Rocket. He said it's Rocket after.
Rocket after they break up. He's just trying to make a living now as a PI.
Oh my gosh.
This War of Mine. I've heard interesting things about this. Oh no. Yeah, no. We ain't doing that.
Is this like one of those? Is this one of those games that's like it's 2D side view?
Oh,
kinda
this War of
explorer
Mine
type
is based off of the picture I'm seeing.
Oh, it's one of those base developing.
Yeah.
Like that. Nah, I can't do that. I
From
can't do those
11-bit
type-
Studios.
The aesthetic is cool, but that type of
But-
game is
but-
just not
but-
it for.
This is the final cut, so this is supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, see, using those graphics, if they would make like an open world survivor craft type game, first person,
Remastered
those types of
graphics.
aesthetics, that would be amazing. But
Cursed
side
to
view-
Golf.
Cursed go. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
You ready to go? The Scotsman. Just cursed to just forever just golf.
Nope. Not my
Yeah,
cup of
that's-
tea.
Nah.
See, here's another one for Outlaw.
What? Oh. It's PJ. Oh my gosh. Is there one for Monster High? You should definitely play that game.
Nah, but we got 2 Point Hospital.
What?
We got 2 Point Hospital. What is the source of madness?
Ooh, Sniper Elite. Ah, shit. That looked cool. Source of madness.
Side scroller. Kind of with side scrollers.
There was a Castlevania game that was on mobile that was similar in style like that.
That's what I'm trying. There's Undertale. That would get Miles here.
Rain World. Ooh, I heard Rain World was pretty cool. It's an adventure puzzle solving game though.
Oh, here. Oh wait, no, that's just Super Pets.
Hold on. Go back up. There was something on some shit. Hold on. Keep going.
We'll play this for Outlaw.
Yeah, there you go. He loves ponies, man. You know, he just likes. He likes ponies.
No, he likes stump breaking ponies. Get it right.
Stump breaking. Ew. And then what is that? Melty Blood? Is that what that's called?
Melty Blood. Yes, I've actually played this. It's Street Fighter, but with anime characters.
Of course it is.
Ooh.
Oh, fucking.
Alex 2.
Almost looks like a spin-off of like Titanfall or something.
It's one of those, it's like, I want to get it, but eh.
I know that an unknown foe will come soon. All my efforts to
This
prepare
gives me a
humanity for this
Halo
impending
vibe.
danger were for naught. Humans forget.
You know, the flood's making its way. There.
We can't ignore the signs. We have to be prepared. We have to take care of ourselves above anything else. This is a war.
Son of a bitch.
Now go. Don't be such a buzzkill, man. Grab a beer and relax.
Machine gun pack
Listen,
is pretty
the
good.
threat is real. The aware will come,
I want
and
this
we haven't got
Iranian
much
truck.
time left. If we ignore the signs, there'll be no future for us.
Transport
Yeah,
helicopter.
I know. But maybe you're getting caught up in this
It's
too.
okay.
It's probably not that important right now.
Fuck is this?
Losing
Is
my
this that LA?
interest. Yeah.
It's losing your interest.
It's losing my interest. If I don't see no action scenes or anything, I start checking out. I haven't played this yet, but I plan on it. It looked interesting.
I got a Crisis AH-50 Hellcat. Why?
Some Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Oh, that one looked pretty cool. I played the original Ratchet and Clank on PS2. It was okay, but it got boring.
Yeah.
I guess they have Thief in the library still. Like the servers are closed for that.
Wolfenstein. Oh.
There's the Evil Within. Some more Wolfenstein.
The Old
Code
Blood is
Vein.
definitely a sleeper because so many people rag on it, but it's damn good.
I think that's the one I'm playing. No, I'm playing the New
The Old
World.
Blood?
I'm playing the New World.
New World Order?
Yep.
Code Vine? Hold on, I need to write that one down.
Vein.
Vein.
Yeah, it's like Monster Hunter.
Graphics kind of look like Metal Gear.
Everywhere is thirsty.
Oh.
Yeah, that aesthetic. That aesthetic looks like something from
One that weeps
Final
tears.
Fantasy game.
Yep.
That's what they said, anyway.
It's from
So
Bandai.
sometimes
The red mist
oh
The
no
red mist.
fucking wonder.
The red mist.
everyone and everything inside.
What the fuck do are these artists on when they do the character designs for this shit?
A lot of copying, pasting off of other models.
It's that and like LSD or something.
No, they're literally just copying and pasting models.
And doing slight changes here
Yep.
and there just to make them look different.
But yeah, as you can see, it's a lot like Monster Hunter World and all that. You go through a scenario, and at the end, you got the big bad boss that you gotta fight. Oh. There's
you
always
got
a mechanic
people
behind
swinging
them.
around. And there's always somebody with a ridiculously big weapon that their scrawny arms don't look like they should be able to swing.
Yep.
Oh.
I got this one. I have Rainbow Six Siege, but I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, Rainbow Six, it sounded like it was like a hit or miss with that.
Yeah.
Little Hope, Man of Medan. Yeah, I've seen those played before. They're eh. Back for Blood, basically it was a World War Z spinoff.
Yeah, I did not like it.
What's that directly below it?
Jet.
Jet. Hmm.
Damn it.
You need to get GTFO, man.
Yeah.
What's GTFO?
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, you're a prisoner that's being given a chance to earn freedom by doing basically what amounts to a suicide job, going into extremely dangerous areas to retrieve something, fix something, or just figure out what happened, I guess. First Defense Force. I actually saw something like that on Steam. It was on sale. I put it on my wish list. It seemed somewhat interesting. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. Ugh.
Still haven't played it yet.
Hey, Chambara? What the fuck is that cover? The hell?
What the hell? Ho ho
What the hell?
Ho ho come.
What?
Ho ho come. Ho ho come.
Oh.
I know that. I already got that. Underworld isn't bad. Or it doesn't look bad, I should say. I haven't played it yet. Here's something that was on the PlayStation and not the PS1, the PlayStation. Trials of Mana.
Hold on, let me write that down.
That's an old game.
Oh, yeah.
Trials of Mana. Why does that sound like some sort of like Legends of Zelda spinoff?
Part of me wants to say JRPG, but I
Oh,
think I'm wrong.
oh no, not Final Fantasy VII again. Damn it.
Oh, yeah, the remake.
Of course.
You got
Trying to think.
slapping balls back and forth with rackets.
Slapping balls. Ooh, Ghost of Tsushima.
I have that. I don't know if it's cross-platform though.
Oh, well, I don't think you can co-op with that.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yep. There's a co-op mode. There's an online co-op mode.
Damn. Okay, interesting. Death Stranding, yeah, I remember that.
That game was a
but-
flop from what I heard.
Yeah. Ugh.
Could do lawn mowing simulator. Oh yeah.
Lawnmowers.
Oh,
Ooh, Human Fall Flat. That was
I have that. That's
fucking
fun.
hilarious. It's hilarious. It looks
It's
Hold on. Old
Gang
screen. I
Beast.
gotta write that down.
Yeah, it's Gang Beast, essentially, without the bullshit.
Without the bullshit.
Secret Neighbor. That sounds bad. Outlaw's a secret neighbor.
I
What
think
I
I
do?
remember that one.
Enter the gungeon. That's
Gungeon.
That's top down.
Hold on, I'm writing that one down too. That's hilarious. Enter the gungeon.
And then we got the feminist wet dream, man-eater. Female shark going around sticking it to the patriarchy.
Oh gosh.
Remember
Demon
a song
Souls.
called Man Eater?
Unturned, yeah. That game's awesome.
Shit. It's I can't remember who sung it though. Oh, I found a game for Outlaw.
She's a man-eater.
Peppa Pig or the
Oh, fuck that.
and they have British accents too, apparently.
Oh.
The voice actors are all British.
Yep. I found some games that here's one.
Yeah.
Here's where'd it go? God damn it! I passed it up.
Can you do searches?
I was
on
thinking
that?
about this one too, playing it for you. Seems like something you get behind.
There's a Fast and Furious game?
It's called My Little Pony.
Oh, hell no. Screw that. Is
What
that
a
I just seen
fucker.
a Fast and the Furious game.
Maybe.
I'll going the other way. Right there.
Hold on. Can you do searches for games on there, or
Cloud
do you
Punk.
just have to scroll?
This is just a scrolling thing. These are all the free games I have access to right now.
Okay. Wait, was that Destroy All Humans up there?
Yeah, I have them both.
Cloud
Oh,
Punk
okay.
looks interesting.
Oh, right. I think I've watched you play it.
Yep.
I don't know why the fuck I'm asking.
What is Cloud Punk?
Dishonored. How did you ever play Dishonored?
I have not played it yet.
What is Cloud Punk? That looked interesting.
I gotta find it again.
Find what?
Cloud
Cloud
Punk.
What is that? That looks interesting.
Almost looks like Cyberpunk 2077.
Now I
Oh,
can't see
shit.
the sky.
It's with Star Wars.
I like that. Whatever it is.
I drive between the
Oh, yo, what's up, Big Angry Phil? How you doing? Oh, shit, it's almost 4 o'clock.
A wild.
There's a big angry guy in the
Angry
chat.
Phil.
And
The chat.
Um,
Stream.
It doesn't
Big
look
Angry
like I
Phil.
would enjoy that game.
Said. You
Nah.
chaos and chat. Good day.
I mean, if it was
Crystal
kind of like
Kitten.
GTA, but in the
Hi, Phil.
future, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
that'd
mean
be
like Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That would
Yeah.
be.
hold on. I could actually see if Cyberpunk has an online co-op or something. I don't think it does, but I need to see.
City Skylines.
Yeah, it's a knockoff of SimCity.
To knock.
In 10.
Yeah,
Who-
I actually
oh, shit.
said I actually said that would probably be a game that I could play for Outlaw.
Ben 10?
Ben 10.
I don't like Ben 10.
Skyrim.
I like
Ghost
the
Recon.
concept. Ooh, a One Piece game.
Huh?
What?
There's
No.
a One Piece game. What was
No.
that?
No,
What
there
was it?
was there
That's
was that
Oni
Oni Chimbara.
Chanbara, which
Oh,
Chimbara.
hi normal. You finally
Yeah, that
not
game-
mad at me
that
no
game-
more.
Ghost
It's like it
Recon.
doesn't
You
make
finally
sense.
not mad at me no more.
Why would you run around in a bikini, swinging around katanas?
Because I need
more-
to be both sexually confused and enraged at the same time.
It's
That's
a fetish
Stupid.
type game, I would say.
Yep.
stupid as shit. Stupid as shit.
There,
Oh,
get the
that's a nice
jizzle
game
physics
title.
going.
They said Corsa.
I am dead. That's
Beto
hilarious.
Corsa. Yeah.
That's funny. I am dead.
Breakfast.
Abzu. Wait a
Ooh.
minute. What is that? Abzu.
Breakfast.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, go down.
Monster
Underneath
Jam.
Horizon.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you're not gonna like
Lawnmower
was unique.
Simulator. What?
it. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about it.
Playing Lawnmower Simulator?
Yeah. Why not?
It's
Hey,
literally a game
hey,
about cutting grass.
hey, Hamster does a flight simulator, okay?
He does a hamster does a flight
There's
simulator.
I
seen a
play
bus simulator.
Brandon Trueblood simulator, okay?
I play
bus simulator.
Brandon simulator. That's a new one.
So-
Brandon Trueblood simulator.
Big Angry Phil.
Well, where's Mr.
Said,
Hemi and Outlaw and
I saw Hugh
results
in the
oriented
catalog
when we
that
get on
that's a
stream with him when
surprisingly
you
good
play?
game.
Yeah.
Y'all are never around. Because you're always in Trueblood stream.
Sometimes.
Yeah, because
Truck
y'all
Championship.
suck.
Master Chuck. Nah, he's really the only guy except for Chaos that's on.
Stranded Deep's a good one.
Nobody streams anymore hardly. Ooh, NASCAR Heat 5. That's a good game.
Don't let Kitten play it.
What?
You're gonna crash all the nice cars.
Our driving is
Desperado.
getting better.
Ooh, Desperados 3 sounded like it'd be a good game.
That's all we can ask for is you improve.
That's left to be up for debate.
Is that a bee simulator?
You
Is that what that was up there?
you might think your driving is good. Yes, SSB simulator. But but to everybody that's watching you drive, it's a very, very different story.
You get to actually be a literal. You get to be a literal bee. What?
An extraordinary world of miniature
that's
creatures.
hilarious.
No,
Hear
you actually get
buzz
to be
the whole time.
A tiny
You get to
universe
enact that movie from
inhabited by a
2007 with
huge family.
Jerry
as a
Sil.
bee.
It was Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, it's a bee
A
movie.
world full of beauty
That movie
and
was
secrets
so
to
creepy.
discover. As well
The
as
woman was in
everyday
love with a bee.
duties.
You
Yeah,
get
that's-
eaten by
Work to
predators.
do.
That's a little retarded. I can agree
And
that's a little retarded.
Enemies to defeat.
You get eaten
But
by
no
predators
tale
because then I'd
will
play
be
this game.
complete without a series
Well, I
of
mean, you just
unfortunate
did
events.
get attacked by a yellow jacket.
Become
Yep, nope, that's not gonna. That's gonna
No,
bore
that
the
ain't it.
shit out of me.
Dark Rose Valkyrie. Oh shit, no, that looks like another Valkyria Chronicles spinoff. Oh,
Disaster
shit.
Report 4.
Death and Request. What the hell? Hold on. I gotta write some of these games down. I gotta do some research on this because this don't make sense.
Ow.
Wait a second.
Normal. You fuck. Stop digging your goddamn claws into my fucking knee.
Golf with your
Golf. Everybody golfs. Everybody's golf.
Grand Ace Medieval.
Oh, golf with your friends. Grand Ages Medieval. Yep.
Ooh.
It was
Golf with your friend.
Hello, neighbor.
It's a weird one. Infinite mini golf.
Do I get to beat the shit out of my neighbors?
No.
Actually, yes.
Huh?
Yeah. Hello, neighbor. What was the headline? Did it look like a dude with a mustache?
Yeah, he had a shovel.
Yep. So
He's gonna
I
be-
think the premise of that game is your neighbor is a murderer and he's trying to kill you because I guess you caught him in the act or something, and your job as the player, because it's kind of like Friday the 13th. Somebody in the
Blood
lobby is going to get picked to be the killer. Everybody else is just got to run, hide, collect objectives, and that's how you win the game, is to survive and collect all of the objectives.
That's awesome.
That sounds like a
Real-
fun game.
Yeah, it does sound fun.
Slime Rancher.
Real fun, or real
What?
real
What did that
fishing.
say?
Slime Rancher.
Slime Rancher.
South Park? No way. There's a South Park game.
Yep, the Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole.
The Fractured Butthole. Nice.
Oh
wordplay.
yeah.
Is that
I
Deathwing?
thought- Huh? Where?
Oh, Deathwing.
Oh.
Damn,
That
now
one
that's a
could be
serious
fun.
shooter right there.
I have it.
Soul
Holy
Calibur.
shit. Good luck with your graphics card on that one, buddy.
It's my PlayStation.
Surviving Mars.
Still. Oh, Surviving
This
Mars
is,
like cool.
I think it's cross-plat. No. I think I own it, though. If it makes me pay for it, there's a problem. Okay, I do own it. Well, at least I think so. Pretty sure I own it.
Lego movie.
This game was awful, The Surge. Don't ever buy it. Buyer's remorse, big time. Yeah, again, each their
This
own.
is the police. This is the police. Noise.
Sexual content. Ooh. Partial nudity. Ooh.
Sounds like it'd be
What?
fun.
From THQ Nordic.
180 days of quiet.
This is
Jack.
the police?
That's all I need. I don't have any problems with you, and you won't have any problems with me.
What the hell? Enzo Rondo, what the fuck? No, it's a Toho game. No! Oh, hell no!
The graphics are kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That art style is very weird.
don't
Oh,
like it.
Valiant Hearts. Oh my gosh, that game.
Chaos. The game Vampire, you would actually like. I'm playing it on my Switch.
I actually have already played it. I wasn't a huge fan of it.
Trails
Tell you,
Rising.
Valiant Hearts was crazy. The ending of that fucking aggravates people.
Zombie.
It's basically a playable puzzle solving visual novel basically.
Lives
Alcohol and tobacco.
But it's set in World War One, and bad shit
One day,
goes
a
down.
the next, a soldier. Sent far from home and torn from their loved ones. These unexpected heroes are swept away into the great war that rages on. Always.
I've never been crazy about a 2D game ever. I'm so used to sandbox style open world games.
If
Kinda
it's got
hit
good
and miss with 'em.
graphics or a good story, I really won't care. Ooh, Zombie Army 4, nice.
I wasn't too huge of a fan of it.
Car Mechanic Simulator.
You weren't?
Cartoon Network Battle Crashers?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
like Smash
shit.
Brothers.
Please
Yeah,
tell
it's
me
like
you can
Smash
unlock
Bros, yeah.
older characters.
Maybe.
Cartoon.
Hold on. We'll watch.
They would put,
Nicktoons had a version of that.
they would put the gayest.
Yeah, it's called
cartoons on-
Multiverses.
Introducing an all-new side-scrolling
Uh,
action roller featuring all
Oh.
your favorite
Because you were able to
Cartoon
play
Network
as
shows
Danny
and
Phantom,
characters,
SpongeBob, Hagrid,
including
other people.
It's all the gay cartoons. Like, why can't you put the real good ones? People actually like.
Douglas Edwards.
Nobody likes
Fred.
any of these.
Have a good day, Chaos.
I
Yeah,
don't even remember half of
this
these.
isn't gonna work.
Douglas
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
well,
all
Cartoon
newer
Network-
ones.
said. Mtao Outlaw, what's
Cartoon
up,
Network
man?
was a rather weird ass channel.
They
anyway.
started going downhill when they came out with Steven Universe.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
You
The
should have grown
Messenger.
up. You should have grown up with the Toonami era. That was way better for Cartoon
No,
Network.
I wouldn't have wanted to watch all that shit on there. You start bringing Jap shit over here, no, that's when I'm gonna start hating.
Well, they had that, but they also had a lot of American original idea cartoons too. At that time, like Ed, Ed and Eddie, Cow and Chicken, Courage, Johnny Bravo. Which, if they made a game about that, I'd definitely play that, but not this new one.
Went through everything. Oh shit!
These new
Controller's about to
cartoons don't
die.
even look that good.
No, they don't. The animation's really poor, and they could do so much better. They could do
Blame
so
Canada.
much better.
I blame Canada for every bit of it.
Meh.
Damn.
Oh. I've got to go do that grand old thing we call adulting. So, a shout out to everybody in the Discord and everybody in the chat. We got Outlaw Kitten and Jackal Hunter. Thanks for hanging out in the Discord.
Yeah.
We got a retro gaming itch that needs scratch. Make sure to check out Big Angry Phil, as well as his Laugh at Cringe It, Peel Yourself Away from the News podcast. Make sure to check out Brandon Trueblood. His MGTOW World Tour. Show him some love and support. Great conversations are always had over there. Diamond Skeleton, Pooping While Standing, DJ Ronnie G. It's good seeing you again, buddy. Make sure to check him out. He does, he picks Gundam models, and those are the only streams I've caught really so far, so. Well, he's doing Dirt Rally not too long ago, but I was at work, so I was in the perpetual buffering thing most of the time. Polska Bob. Make sure to check him out. Last Call, Polska Bob. Great conversations are always had over there. Eric Zombrow, Bingus, Garrett Grant. If you like Call of Duty, should check out Primo Living BC. He also plays Red Dead and Grand Theft Auto 5 with your boy Chaos. Douglas Edwards, Riggs Jr., General Sorrow, Miles is good seeing you again, California Ford, Gen X Gaming. If you like some Red Dead 2 or some Grand Theft Auto on the PC, make sure to check him out. And we got MGTOW Outlaw, the moist mongering outlaw himself. Should check him out. His MGTOW Red Pill Manosphere content, as well as his Southern Fried Nostalgia. Remember about the good old days. And
Adulting
his, yeah, no. And his urban exploration and uncultured swine live stream where we talk about food and get hungry. Just, God damn it, I get hungry every time I'm on that stream. I get hungry. Dust Spearman, it's good seeing you. Sir Yeet is part of the Warband. Make sure to check him out, as well as Undead Chronic and Manic, the Manic Mechanic. We got VJ Max Gamer. Make sure to check him out. There's a lot of great gaming content here. The biggest weirdo of them fucking all, Father Saunders. It's good seeing you. Make sure to check him out as well. Great conversations are had over there too. Char Osnabel, Mr. Henry Full Speed, Akulo Snack Bar. Should check him out. His Mulligan and Crime Spree streams. Plays Grand Theft Auto, where we sometimes cross the streams too. And if you want to see someone drive around like an 80-year-old Asian lady that just don't give a fuck, make sure to check out Crystal Kitten in her Need for Speed and Grand Theft Auto 5 videos. Those cars do not last long. And if you're in Grand Theft Auto on the PlayStation and you see her driving around in her ugly abomination of God, that pink smart car, blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it way up.
Blow it up with an ICBM.
Just blow it up. Get it out of sight. It shouldn't exist. Anyways, thank you again to those that are still subscribed. Your support has been greatly appreciated. And thank you to those just recently subscribed. Hope you stick around for the long run. I'll be back tonight with some World of Warcraft. Hope to see you there. Till next time, have a great morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you hail from. Not just bitch. Peace.
Wow, leave it to Terrence Pop to make me want to turn the internet off for today.
My no square.
Care to know what he posted? You guys ain't even listening.
Yeah.
Don't touch me there.
No, it's not a video, it's a post. He posted this in Facebook. Men claiming to be women are inserting frozen tomato paste into themselves to mimic a period.
I've heard about
I'm ready to start mass executing people.
So apparently, Symphony number 3 in E flat major, and Symphony number 6 in F major. Copywritten to a degree.
I'm so sick of people, man.
Those are old songs. That's old music. Why would it be copyrighted?
I guess because their family still lives.
Mm.
Anyways, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I have not eaten anything but a bread roll this morning. Maybe I'll figure out how Cyberpunk works and then see if I can play anything on here. I still haven't installed the game because it's 56 gigabytes. Holy shit!
That's it.
Woo!
Just
To
wait.
see exactly.
Just wait until the updates start. As if there's an online mode, there's the rest of your. That's hidden from you until you start downloading it. Grand Theft Auto 5 appears to be like 50-something gigs, but once you hit the online shit, that's where it all comes from.
I only have 1.2 terabytes left of space.
Oh, you're better off.
I
than
know
I
you're
am.
not supposed. Well, I know you're not supposed to let that space get down to half or below half. Otherwise, you're gonna start seeing efficiency problems, slowness with the computer. So I'm gonna fix that shit. I'm gonna have to move all my videos and pictures and shit to the bulk storage, and then also buy another bulk storage. I have to put so much into this fucking computer. I'm gonna